Welcome to today's summit on consumer engagement. Today we will be joined by marketing leaders from Ulta Beauty, Johnson & Johnson, US Bank, DoorDash, Target, MassMutual, and Century 21. Please be sure to ask questions and use the chat to engage with both our speakers and attendees. Before we kick off with today's live cast, we would like to share a short video that highlights our South by Southwest Temple event and all the amazing speakers, marketers. Okay, we're going to go straight to the panel. Without further ado, I'm thrilled to welcome our first speakers of the day. We've got Joe Rago, Senior Director of Digital Experience at Ulta Beauty, Matt Fantasia, Director of Digital Experience of US Skin Health at Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health, Erin Golden, Vice President Brand Publishing at US Bank, and David Bornoff, Senior Director, Head of Consumer Marketing at DoorDash. This session will be moderated by Julie Cox, VP of Financial Services at ShareID. Welcome to the stage, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's still morning here in the West Coast for me. All right, everyone's here. Julie, please take it away, and I'll head back in towards the end of your session.
Terrific. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, welcome. And congratulations to all you 40 under 40 superstars. So happy to be with you today. Before we get started, how about we just do some quick introductions? Can you all just introduce yourselves, let everybody know your title and the company that you work for? David, you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm David. Work over at DoorDash as the head of consumer marketing. I've been at DoorDash almost 3 years, spent about 4 years before that at Pandora. So happy to be here. I'll popcorn over to Matt. How about?
Hi, Matt Fantasia. Need to update my title. I'm on day 7 of a new job at J&J, but I'm the director of digital experience. So great. We have similar titles there. For our US Skin Health brands at J&J, and previously was leading marketing for our baby brands. And Joe, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Matt. Joe Rago, Senior Director for Digital Experience and Product Management at Ulta Beauty. Been at Ulta about 5.5 years. This is a new role that I moved into back in January, but excited for what it looks like it's going to have to offer. So happy to be here with everyone else.
And I'm Erin Golden. I'm Vice President and Head of Brand Publishing at US Bank, which really covers what you would think of as traditional content marketing, owned and branded content with third parties. I've been with the bank coming up on 5 years, and we serve the consumer and small business owners.
Terrific. Thanks, everybody. So I know this is a pretty common question that happens in these webinars, but I think it's always a good one. We know it's not a straight path to where all of you are today. So how about just two of us talk about, how you got here, the path, the twists, the turns, things that you think the audience might be interested to know. Why don't we start with you, Erin?
Sure. So I have maybe what would have been a less common path to where I am today, but I think it's becoming more and more common. I was a journalist. I went to journalism school and started out in magazine publishing. After a few years in magazine publishing, things obviously started to take a turn in the publishing industry, and our publishing house also had some digital clients and was taking on more and more corporate clients and doing their digital content and content marketing. So I asked to move over to the digital department, just understanding that that's kind of where things were going. And after a few years of working with brands like Optum Health and Delta Airlines, and then 5 years embedded at General Mills, working on their Pillsbury, Betty Crocker, and Live Better America platforms, I decided to make the move to client side and joined US Bank. So since we are creating content every day, we're creating articles, we're creating videos, we're working with partners like the New York Times and Meredith. I feel like even though I'm obviously in the marketing space now, I still use a lot of the skills that I've been using my entire career as a journalist. We still very much take a journalist approach to our content. We want it to be agnostic. It's not all just a big billboard for US Bank, but of course we do it now to benefit our specific customers and our clients. So I get to do what I always loved, just with some more resources, I guess, than I did previously in my career.
Right, that always helps, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Excellent. Thanks, Erin. So, David, how about we pick on you next? Do you want to share? I think you've got an interesting background.
Yeah, I am a art school dropout, creative, reformed into marketer. I started, with the intention of being a filmmaker. I did undergrad at Otis Parsons. I went to an art high school. I had every intention of like pursuing a art career, and then realized like it's actually expensive to live as an adult, and hard to make a living as an artist. And I was like, God, supporting myself on credit cards, and realized like I should probably get a job. So I started off in I was born and raised in Los Angeles. A bunch of my friends are in the production community, film, obviously. And one of my buddies was at a company called Modern Video, which was a post facility for Warner Brothers. And I was like, I guess I need a job. And he had an opening on the graveyard shift in the tape vault. And I remember spending like the first year of my career working the graveyard shift, sorting analog tapes out and mailing them to stations across the country. And obviously at that point, I was like, I need to find something else to do. As much as I don't mind being up at night, I don't think I want to do this for a career. Somehow figured out a way to get out of the vault up into the editing bays, made a sort of progression through editing, and eventually got into reality television over at Bunim, working on The Real World and The Simple Life, and started to like see a red thread through the things that I was doing. And it was really around like storytelling. So all of the work that I was doing was in the spirit of like, how do you tell great stories? And realized that like this is a place that allowed me to sort of still keep that interest in what I cared about as an artist, but also transition into something that was like a little bit more sustainable. So I ended up working through a number of different post facilities as an editor, doing commercials, both on the post-production side, the production side, eventually made a transition over to the agency world, then into the consultancy world as a brand consultant / creative director. Ultimately, like one of my friends through, I spent a couple of years at Interbrand. She had moved brand side and hit me up because there was a creative role to join over at Pandora as their creative director. And through that experience, really like fell in love more with the marketing side than the work that I was doing as a creative director, but still maintaining that real singular thought of like, all we do is tell stories, right? Yes, you might need to know a couple different things as a marketer. It helps to be able to know what CAC is and optimize for CTAs and get to like some efficiency thing. But like really I'm telling a story. And honestly, like the journey was just creative to marketer who tells stories and pisses off creatives now, because I work with creative directors and always do the like really annoying thing, which is creative directors. And that's where I'm at now, like trying to not piss off my internal creative team any longer.
I think you chose the right path, David. You're a good storyteller. Awesome. Thank you for that. So why don't we take like a quick turn? These backgrounds are really fascinating. So thanks for sharing them. So, I spent some time talking with all of you individually about, the topic of, consumer acquisition, and all of you have such interesting takes because your industries are very different and your consumers are very different. So this question seemed to resonate with all of you. So let's give it a shot. So many of us have been watching, myself included, way too much Netflix over these COVID days. And, there's this phenomena called the Netflix phenomena, which is the bar has been raised so high for our customers to experience such a frictionless Netflix type of experience. They know us, they know what we like, they make it easy for us to engage. So I'd love to be able to kind of get into a little bit of your stories about, has this raised the bar for your interactions with your customers or guests? And how has it affected your relationship with your customers? So Matt, can we start with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Literally, we were talking about this yesterday with my colleagues, because we were doing some work around understanding, what do we need to do better, benchmarking ourselves, all that sort of thing. And we had the discussion of, we're not just competing with our other CPGs, or we don't need to be better. If we're better than Bayer or P&G, we win. It's consumers are having digital experiences with everybody. They're having an experience with DoorDash. They're having an experience, with their bank, or they're having experiences with Airbnb or Netflix, and the bar is just so high. So they're not going to give us a pass if, well, this was a crummy experience, but I don't expect a whole lot because they're just selling me medicine or body lotion. No, like they expect things to work, them to be easy. And we think about this when we think about, as we create our media, our own properties, how are we making things easy and simple? And we have to think about the exact same things that everybody else is thinking about, because consumers don't care, that they expect what they expect, and that bar is incredibly high right now. So it's pervasive in our thinking internally here, and it's a huge challenge, frankly, but I think it's a good challenge. I think it's raised the bar on everyone, that it's going to force brands to think a lot differently, and really put the consumer at the center.
That's such a good point. Joe, I'd love for you to pick up that thought and let us know kind of what your take is on that for an Ulta guest. Oops, I think you're still muted.
Sorry, I muted for a little bit when my dog was barking outside. He doesn't respect panel sessions. So, but I was saying there's really two pieces that kind of popped into my head when you asked the question, and also when Matt was talking. One around, the Netflix element of things, and I think, a part of it is the, I guess you could call it the ease of use to kind of get into the mode of watching something on Netflix, right? And the ability with how once you're in there, something just automatically starts playing, and sometimes you get sucked into watching something you had no intention to watch. But then obviously there is that very detailed way in which they learn about you and will prompt you with other shows, or in a more generic sense, other experiences that they think you might like based upon your past behavior. So it's like an element of that, as it relates to like anyone else, would be, how do I make it easy for someone to get into an experience? How do I make it an improved experience every time they come back? So how do I start at a baseline and then learn about them, learn about their interests, and make it a more optimized experience as time goes on, and have that regularity, that hook back to come back to the experience and keep that level of engagement. So that, I think, is one piece that I kind of draw a proxy over to the Netflix example. The other would be, as it relates to specifically, different digital experiences, or as I would call it, some more enhanced video content experiences. There is a little bit of a paradigm where, do you look to build that experience and have it on your own properties? Or do you look to leverage some of the different third parties that are out there? Take, for example, we're doing a lot of like live casting, both like one-to-many and one-to-one sort of, conversations that are happening. And, do you build that entirely on your own property, where there's a lot of work to kind of build a baseline experience? Or do you say, hey, Instagram has Instagram Live, or Facebook has Facebook Live, like, let me build on top of everything they already have from like a platform perspective, and know that, hey, the experience is going to work. It's going to look good. It's going to be good, interactive, commenting and other things, and really focus on, to David's point, the storytelling, right? And how could our brands, our Ulta team members, our stylists, our advisors focus on purely telling of the story, versus having to worry about, is the experience, working or not? Is there, audio, video issues, things of that nature? So it is a little bit of an element where I think you have to pick your spots, where having someone entirely within the walls of an Ulta experience on the app or site makes sense. But other times, hey, let's leverage what what others have and really focus on the storytelling or the experiential side of things.
That's really interesting. I want to take a quick right turn here. Erin, you and I had a kind of an interesting conversation about brands during pandemic, but it was kind of hard to avoid where your headquarters is for us to kind of really get deep into also civil unrest. So I'm kind of curious if you'd be willing to share a little bit with the group about, how do you stay true to your brand at US Bank, but also be relevant to the community and to the customers that you serve?
Yeah, so we've certainly had a challenging year as a marketing department, first dealing with the pandemic, of course, and then we are a Minneapolis-based company. I personally live about, not even maybe 2.5 miles from where George Floyd was killed. So we were really dealing with not only the effects of the pandemic, but an incredibly hurt community. But we're also a national brand. So there's our immediate community, and then there's, how we present ourselves brand. So we just had to be extremely agile in the last year. I think more than certainly at any time in my previous time at US Bank, we had to stop and switch and pivot on campaigns, and then stop and switch and pivot on campaigns again. But really at the end of the day, it came down to, as much as we had always put our customer at the center, we couldn't do anything but put our customer at the center this past year, because we really had to drop our own ambitions at the beginning of 2020 and pivot our campaign and our editorial content to pandemic-focused content and a pandemic-focused campaign that served our customer. And then we had to stop and pivot again last spring and really change our focus to what our community needed, which was our support, really more from a CSR and DE&I space. And they needed support, and they needed funds, and they needed messaging from us that said, we are here for you, and we're going to continue to be here for you, whether it's a pandemic or whether it is alongside you in the social justice movement. So we, more than ever, it was, yes, there are US Bank priorities, but those just need to go to the wayside, or those need to be, put on the back burner while we serve our community first. And I think that certainly our marketing department benefited from that, because it made us better marketers. It's always easy to say you put the customer first, but then, those business priorities and everything start creeping in. So we really couldn't do anything but in the last year. And it made us explore new channels. We put out a podcast that is focused on the social justice movement that talks about its ties to finances, but is in no way, shape, or form a financial podcast, called Real Good. We're doing more video work in the community and showing stories of small business owners and people who are rebuilding after the destruction in Minneapolis. So it's made us better storytellers. It's made us more customer conscious. And it's really been a year of learning.
Wow, that's pretty powerful. Yeah. So let's stick with the COVID learnings. I mean, we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, right? Hopefully. And so we all learned, we all had to be agile. But what I'd love to know from each one of you is there something that you learned during COVID that you think is such a strong learning and is so true to brand that you want to carry forward as we get out of this time frame? So David, do you want to start?
Yeah. Learned a lot of things. First, this thing is hard. Like it's incredibly hard, and there is no like one path that's going to tell you like, if you go down this thing, you're going to win, or you're going to succeed, or you're even making the right decisions. I think like the thing that we've taken away, and the thing that I've really tried to express to my teams most, is like, we're going to get things wrong, and that's okay. The lesson is in the learning, right? So try things, put the customer at the center of it, of course. Lead with empathy, of course. Think about like how we're going to market and what we're saying, but understand that like what we think about today will change tomorrow and it'll change the next week. And if we even try to predict what's going to happen in a month, we're setting ourselves up for like abject failure. So really like it's been this like, I think the biggest learning has just been around like how to stay flexible and how to like not hold things too tightly, right? How do you hold the thing with like very loose arms, knowing that like it's going to change? And then the other part of that is just being able to hold two ideas in your head at the same time, right? Like understanding that some of the things we're going to do will address one part of the audience and in contradiction to something that needs to be done on the other side, and that like we need to be able to do both things. I have plenty of examples of that, but I think like the note there is just like really, I don't like using the word agile, but like how do you stay like, I guess, agile in the context of like really like turmoil and change.
That was excellent. Matt, what's your take on that? One thing you'd keep?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a bit about this already, but I think just in terms of understanding what matters to your consumer. And for me, when I was leading our baby brands, my core consumer still had to go to the hospital during a pandemic to give birth. So talking about lotion and shampoo and things like that, they didn't care. Like we had to really put ourselves in their shoes and understand in this moment, especially early on, if you rewind a year ago when so much was unknown, we didn't have, the vaccinations and all that we have today. I mean, unbelievable anxiety, having a family and giving birth are, scary things to begin with. Now put on top of that, there's a pandemic, you're worried about getting a bed, or is your partner going to be able to be in the delivery room with you? Like what to expect? We had to totally basically throw out our marketing plan, like I think all of us probably did to some extent, and say like, does this matter to my consumer, and what do I want to say, and what do I need to be as a brand? And we pivoted to start talking about these are the things you should be expecting at the hospital during COVID, and what to bring and what to ask your doctor. We just launched a whole partnership with Scary Mommy and the Dad about helping parents talk to their kids about racism. This is stuff that matters to our core consumer. We still need to talk about product, and we make unbelievable products that help parents, but it hasn't been top of mind, and we've just had to acknowledge that and move on. And it's worked, by the way. Like we've had a great response. We've connected with our consumers. They're still buying product, but what we choose to use our short and fleeting time with them to talk about, we have to be extra choiceful about. And pandemic or not, I think that's a great lesson. This last 13 months has been, you will never forget it. It'll be in the history books, right? But I think when things get back to normal, or whatever normal looks like, it's a great lesson on consumer centricity, and it pays off to really think, what do they actually need, what matters. So that's something that I'll never forget.
Excellent, thanks. Joe, would you have something you'd like to add to that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think I kind of have two parallel paths really. One is if you look at like Ulta as a retailer, there was kind of the evolution of the retail journey during the last year. So, I mean, we went from, late March last year where we made the decision to close all of our stores across the country for, roughly, 2 months. And, the immediate ramification for that was we went from being a 1,200 plus store retailer to a single store retailer, and that single store being our e-commerce channel. So, we basically went into a situation where, how do we message guests? How do we make sure that they're aware of the digital, shopping experience and capabilities? But also we had to think through other things because, for example, we had a huge surge in first time, digital shoppers, which was great. But then it led to other things like, guest service call spikes around how do I find my Ulta loyalty number and things of that nature. Or it basically turned our distribution centers into like Black Friday every day, right? For a period of time where the demand was such huge through this single channel. How do we make sure that both the guest experience is as optimized as it could be from a capacity perspective, but how do we make sure that our own internal teams, whether it's distribution centers, guest services, other impacted groups, were properly supported during this sudden shift in where the guest was shopping from? And then, as things progressed and we went from having no stores open to some stores opening open. And that was more of a, how do we tell the guests basically the right information about their closest store? Is it open or not? Could they go inside or not? That sort of thing. And then that kind of evolved to then, hey, all of our stores are open to some capacity, but there were still differences. And, we had luckily launched a buy online, pick up in store program, about a year and a half earlier. And that was a huge spike in demand last year. But then we had to evolve it. How do we, take advantage of curbside delivery, for the guests that don't want to go inside the store? So it was definitely from a pure shopping kind of journey. It was definitely a lot of listening to the guest needs and being able to quickly respond to that in a way that was much more quick to market than we normally might be. But then there was also ancillary things that the guests were talking about or had in mind. How do I stay connected with my beauty advisor or a beauty advisor in a one-to-one aspect when I can't be there in person? So we listened and we tested a lot of things quickly. And because I think there was an element of finite time, like you could look at, any really kind of metrics from last year, and you could look at the early part of the pandemic where everyone wanted to do more video things, right? Because they couldn't be face to face. But then by August, September, everybody was so burnt out on being on camera for work, being on camera for happy hours with friends, that no one wanted to be on camera. So if you took what you learned in March and said, hey, let's do this in 6 months, it was kind of too late. So it was a very rapid, like, what is important now, but then if I'm going to act on it, I need to act on it now versus putting it on the shelf because it might not matter later.
Wow. I mean, this has been a challenge to all of your experiences. Erin, I'd love to hear your take on it from a financial institution's perspective.
Yeah. I'm going to speak a little more specifically for my team and my creative group, because we do provide a lot of educational content. We also do a lot of storytelling, especially with our branded content partners. And we really had to put ourselves in the mindset of, we of course have our segments, and, we have the folks we've always been speaking to, but we really have a tale of two Americas right now, where you have people who were, and I think the percentages are somewhere around like 35% of people who have been majorly financially impacted by the pandemic. And then you have the rest of folks who either haven't been impacted at all, or who are actually in a better financial place, because either they're not spending the money on vacations and commuting that they once were. So they have more money in their pocket. There are people who have benefited from a healthy stock market, of course. So we've when we're creating content and when we're creating our messaging, we really have to find that balance of how can we make sure we're serving the people who are hurting right now and who will likely be hurting for, if you're a small business owner, they're thinking it's going to be 5 years before a lot of small businesses are back to pre-pandemic levels. If you are in certain industries like service industry, maybe you had to change what your job was or what your career was. So there are going to be people that, even if life gets back to normal in the next, few months, few quarters from a business perspective, their financial situation is going to be impacted for the foreseeable future. Whereas there are quite a few people who are not having that. As soon as they're vaccinated and restrictions are lifted, it's like, things are back to normal for them. So that is going to carry forward for us really for the next few years, where we have to make sure that we're not weighing people down with the memories of the pandemic, but also not doing a disservice to those folks who will really be impacted for years to come by ignoring their situation. So we're going to have to really weigh those two groups and make sure that we're talking to both of them and engaging with both of them.
Excellent. Thanks. So this next question is really just for any one of you. We talked a little bit about, trends or exciting things that we're looking for the future. Who has something that's top of mind for them that they're excited about for a trend that they think is coming and they're ready to go for it?
I can jump in. I think the thing that I'm excited about is really social commerce and live streaming just in general. Over the last number of years, it's it's been kind of petering along, and it's been accelerated in the last year, partly because of COVID, but also partly because the infrastructure exists now. It wasn't as ingrained in all the platforms, but now Facebook, YouTube, you name it, like everyone's basically, Snapchat has added commerce tools to their platforms, and consumers are getting used to it. The stat I saw was it's grown about 1% to 2% a year for the last number of years. It grew 40% last year. So we've clearly passed the tipping point of acceleration, and social's where people are, and it's driving discovery. I saw another stat that showed that it's like 27% of consumers discover new products on social media. It's the same as television. So we've reached a point where it's like, that is where people are going. That's where people are shopping, and how brands can tap into that, I think, opens up a lot of really interesting possibilities, especially as you get it farther down the line to the combination of content and commerce, where people are able to really shop and interact with brands within the content they're consuming. Could create some really interesting experiences depending on your category.
So true. So true. Buying off of Instagram is becoming a new habit, right? Yep. Anyone else?
Well, I mean, I guess Julie, to your point, I mean, you could ask even all of us, right? Like, raise your hand if in the last week you saw something on social that you instantly bought, like, yes, like multiple times, right? And you could say, how many times did you see something on TV in the last week that you instantly bought? And I can't recall the last time like that same sort of, proxy happened. Or if I did get a cue from TV, you go look it up on your phone, right? Whether it's through social or through, direct websites. So it's kind of like everything is largely driving, to different channels, but it's I feel like Instagram knows me, right? And they recommend the right random things at any time. It might be, like a pool floaty one week, and I'm like, that's perfect. I need that, and the amount of randomness I bought in the last year is, largely driven by whatever sort of magic algorithms that they have.
I've been encouraged by, so the pandemic accelerated mobile app adoption for our customers. And for those of us who live on our apps, it seems crazy that it was actually really difficult for us to get people to download the app and work through the app, even though we have a really fantastic app, and it's an award-winning app. It works really well. It's certainly better, than a lot of our other digital experiences. So we were really struggling to get people to adopt it until the pandemic. And now that we have accelerated that adoption, the best place we can interact with someone from a personal level is on that mobile app, because it's an authenticated experience. Obviously, we can serve up content that's specific to that person more easily. We can just connect with them on another level than we could in the online banking or even a branch experience. So it's now allowing, we've kind of been preparing ourselves for this to make sure that we're creating content that can speak directly to people if it's served up once in their app. But I'm excited to see that actually in practice now, that we're finally getting people to download that super handy tool that makes their life so much easier. That seems like it should have been a lot easier to get people to do that, but it took a pandemic to get a big spike in adoption.
That's an exciting development for your customers. Love it. David, have you?
I have a very specific one that I'm just so happy about. QR codes are back, and like, finally, I feel like there's somebody sitting in a room who's been like screaming from their roof for like 20 years saying like, QR codes, trust us, it's going to be great. I just like, it's so rad. But like, to the thing of like, can you order from TV? Can you, like, I think that like with this widespread adoption of QR codes, we actually have an opportunity to like get back to some of that like initial promise of the thing that was lost when, everybody was like, I'm not going to download an app to take a picture of a thing. Now it's just like, you just point your camera and it like works. That's like super specific, but I don't know, maybe I'm a champion of the QR code. And it's finally
Hey, it works. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it works now. It's so cool.
That's great. Anything else come to mind for you?
I mean, that's like oddly the thing that I care most about. But yeah, I agree with like what everybody else said. I think that there's like so much richness in all of that.
That's terrific. Well, I'm getting the warning light that we're almost done here. So, I just want to thank you guys. You've all been so open and willing to share what you know. Obviously, you have some great experiences and you represent some awesome brands. So thank you so much for all of the time and feedback. And there are some questions that were listed here, but I don't think we have time for them. But I will shoot them over to you because I think it'd be interesting for you to understand kind of what the audience is asking. We hit a lot of the high points, but I appreciate all of your time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For having us.
Oh, hey, wait, they just hit us and said, answer questions. Hey, you
Nope.
want to do it?
Yeah,
Lightning round.
let's do it.
Lightning round.
Let's get weird. Let's go.
All right, the people have spoken. Let's do it. All right, number one. To be more inclusive as the industry. Does anybody feel like this speaks to them?
Yeah, I mean,
Oops, I can't hear you. Okay.
can you hear me?
Oop.
Okay.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Sure. I think, yeah, with everything, we've been moving in that direction. I think it's just the spotlight's on it now, even in a bigger way than it has before. And, we think about just general, marketing. We want our consumers to see themselves in our advertising. They want to see that these are brands for us, be it where they're banking products they're bringing home with them or where they're shopping for beauty products. We want them to feel like we're talking to them and we're being, inclusive. So yeah, absolutely. It's been top of mind for us, but even more so, it's the bar is raised on this too.
Excellent. Anybody else want to grab that one? All right, let's grab one more question. How has the customer journey evolved in recent years? How have the changes in your customer journey impacted your approach to digital media? Well, that's a broad one. Yeah, who would like that?
I mean, I would say there's so many differences. I guess I don't know where to start, but I think, I think the quick answer would be, we know that guests are going to come into the Ulta digital experience from a number of different angles and for a number of different reasons. So you have your traditional browser search result to product page sort of flow and kind of keeping that on its own and kind of at core. I think there are more tangential experiences now that lead someone into a shopping journey with us. So it could be things like virtual makeup try on or virtual skin analysis, which for us were capabilities that we had for 3 to 4 years, but really it took a pandemic to bring the ability to virtually try makeup on to like the masses. And it wasn't that we newly did something, it was the use case was forced by the pandemic, but then to an extent, that's how do we take advantage of that opportunity? It's like we were waiting for like 3 years or so on that opportunity, and then all of a sudden it's here, and how do you take advantage of it? So I mean, David mentioned QR codes before, and we've done more around QR code signage and messaging in store, because guests right now are still all required to have masks in all of our stores. So how do you get someone into awareness and into an experience where they know, hey, when I leave the store, I could try on all these products I was looking for at home and see which color might be the best fit, and then order it online or be able to order it and pick it up at store later. So I think there's little elements of it that you really have to like identify and capitalize on, but then also think through how does it tie together with the rest of the journey and not just be singularly focused on one individual element.
Yeah. That's great. Did either of you want to add something to that? It's a broad question.
Would add, yeah, well, I'll just I'll add, because I think this actually answers another question that I had seen someone ask about podcasts. The customer journey is obviously no longer linear. We all know that, but we can bring people in through new channels we never thought we'd bring them in a few years ago. I never thought I'd be producing a podcast for US Bank as part of our brand campaign. And it has been really successful beyond beyond our expectations, but we allowed ourselves permission to try something new because we had stories to tell. We wanted to tell some CSR stories, and we tried doing it in a traditional TV ad format, and it just didn't work. It didn't work in 30 seconds. We couldn't tell that story in 30 seconds. So we purposefully looked for channels where we could tell those stories and came up with podcasts, which are obviously now bringing in a whole new group of potential customers. So just allowing yourselves to try new avenues, and understanding that brands are content creators now, and you can really create any kind of content you want if you have the dollars and the ideas. So don't limit yourself to those more traditional channels.
Great point. So I think, are we wrapped up now?
Yep. Thanks so much for joining us today. That was a really inspiring session to hear how you got to where you are throughout your career. Congrats on the promotion, Matt. Apologies for not noticing that earlier. But yeah, that was a really great session. It's cool to hear about all your storytelling skills and how you're focused on consumer and what they need and what actually matters to them. So thank you so much, and we hope to have you all back soon.
You're welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
For having us.
All right, so let's move on to the next session. We have Flora Egbayidang. She's a senior brand marketing manager of Target, and her session will be moderated by Jacqueline Baker, EVP of VMLY&R Commerce. That was a tongue twister.
I know, but you did a
lot
pretty
of
good
letters.
job. You did a pretty good job, so thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'll let you take it away. You both seem ready to go. I'll keep back in while you are both wrapping up in the session.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Flora, thank you so much for joining us today. You have such an interesting background and across what you're doing at Target as well as outside of it, that I'm kind of excited to hit on a lot of topics today, if you're willing to indulge me. But I think it kind of, as much as we're all likely struggling a little bit with pandemic fatigue, I think we'd be a little remiss if we didn't at least start there, and kind of thinking through, if we were having this conversation last April, we'd probably be talking about the pressure and the stress that retailers like Target are feeling, and things like toilet paper shortages and things like that. But now that we've come kind of a full year forward, talk to me a little bit about what you've learned, kind of navigating those waters at retail over the last year.
Yeah, and pleasure to finally meet you as well, Jacqueline. Yeah. So just to give context, like Target, we are in Minneapolis, and so I like to just put that out there to remind people, like with everything that has happened here in the past year, especially working remotely in Minneapolis in the midst of everything while we're navigating a pandemic, in the midst of racial reckoning, all at the same time, in the midst of deeper economic disparities. Like it was a lot. It was a lot going on from mentally as well as thinking about the work professionally side. Like speaking first to the lens of the workspace, like I think for us as Target, we all took a pause, I think, to really first and foremost check on everyone's well-being. I think the brand was really, because we weren't just navigating with the idea of what does COVID impact, but also how are we in the midst of navigating a racial reckoning in the midst of all that. I think some of the learnings that, I garnered was this notion of how can we be agile in a way that we've never been agile before? I definitely think that, working in a space of retail and corporations, the idea of hey, there is sometimes more of a process to get something through the doors, to get in marketing, so on and so forth. And a lot of us were building strategies and working on campaigns that had to be paused. And I think, I've been at the brand now for close to 4 years, and we really worked on let's pause, let's read the data. Let's look at first of all, how are our store team members feeling? How are we making sure? How are we navigating with the idea of closing our stores or shutting down to limit the experience, which is something we're known for, is our store experience, but how do we make it safe? And how do we ensure that we're also providing the necessities that people need? So there were things that we were thinking about in terms of like, what are the key essentials that guests, are really needing versus like if there's key products that maybe we should think about not necessarily trying to push as hard versus what are like the essentials like toilet paper, like beauty products, like food and beverage that people were really thinking about. So I think agility was something in the midst of that. And I think flexibility, seeing a lot of amazing like teams at Target, a lot of people of us coming together and forming task force. Like I think between our leadership, being able to really partner with our enterprise risk team, PR, marketing, supply chain, store communications, and really being able to move in a very fast way to coordinate in the midst of, and then really amping up digital services in the midst of that was something that was great to see. And I think lastly, one of the key learnings I also garnered was just ultimately like, how are we just ensuring that there's safety? There was a lot of our messaging that really transitioned from, hey, here's our Target run, come in quick to shop our products. Here's like, hey, we're cutting back our hours. We're making sure people are able to get in at a safe rate, and also ensuring that like our team members also had the proper, systems in place to ensure their own safety in the midst of our guests as well having their safety.
Yeah, it was certainly a testament to agility and having to pivot the way you typically go to market when you think about these things. But, because your store experience is such a critical, aspect to the growth of Target as a business, what steps did you take over the last year to really drive the message of safety, to not only ensure that your Target employees felt safe in that environment and able to move the business forward, but instill consumer confidence that they could still shop in some different capacities and get the things that they needed whilst feeling like they were being cared for?
Yeah, I think like one of the key things that like our marketing team did is that, in the midst of shifting strategies and shifting plans, like, they really worked on how do we communicate in a broad way our COVID response? Like, what is it that Target is actually doing to provide safety? How are we demonstrating that? And then as well, how are we making sure that our store team members are being able to have the resources that they need? So being able to demonstrate and show, okay, what is the process physically of us cleaning? How are we actually putting in new, in-store marketing signage to demonstrate distance? And also, how are we implementing things like hand sanitizers or elements of if you are coming for drive up or pickup, like what is that process looking like? So that if you don't want to necessarily interact and go into the store, we can quickly come to you in that process. So I think through the elements of marketing, that was one layer of it all. And then I think as well, like even in our digital space, like our digital marketing teams were ensuring like, hey, we also want to ensure if you still want to get your essentials and products, how do we drive attention to our site that allowed people to really like, so that we're not trying to like, hey, come in our store in a very fast pace, come if you need to, but this is going to be the process, but really being able to really increase our digital presence and attention for that, and then really being able to enable more of the fulfillment services. And then I think as well, like one of the things that was great that I saw that the brand did and with our leadership doing is like providing just additional bonuses and extra resources, especially for our store team members. Our people of us at headquarters, we also were able to get well-being resources too, but knowing that our store team members, as we were all figuring out like how advanced is COVID, like what are all the symptoms of it? How do you fully get it? While we were one of the few retailers that was able to stay open. And so like there was a lot that was going on behind the scenes to really ensure that like, hey, if store team members, what are resources that are needed to make sure they're safe? Like how is their communication happening actively between our stores and back at headquarters? And then really being able to make sure that we're just tracking. And so we probably saw so many layers of data that I probably have ever seen in a matter of 1 year to think about like, okay, it can change literally from week to week. Does this change our messaging? Do we put more resources here? Do we prioritize this? And for me, specifically, like I focus on our multicultural marketing work, especially on our Black consumer. And so always was top of mind for me as well, as like, how are we also thinking about communities that are being most underserved? And how do we think about our approach with that in our data?
I can absolutely relate. As an agency executive, I'm inundated with data all the time, and constantly you just get so much more these days, and you're having to pivot quickly against that data. So it's exciting, but it can be a little overwhelming. I know obviously right now we're still, deep within, sort of the pandemic. It's certainly not over by any stretch, but I think, we're all we've pivoted, we've become a little bit more accustomed to this life. So kind of beyond the pandemic lens, keeping with the theme of the summit today is really around consumer engagement. And Target is arguably kind of famous for their consumer engagement, all the way down to how it's deep in the DNA of thinking of your shoppers as guests, instead of just shoppers. So are there ways that Target engages with consumers, pandemic or not, that you're particularly proud of?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the store experience. I know, I'm sure I was reading memes even over the course of COVID last year, in the midst of COVID still today, but just seeing memes from, some of our Target guests on social media is like, man, like if I can just go like to a Target right now, that's the way that they can like decompress or just walk around the store, either with their Starbucks or being able to peruse the aisle. I know that for me was something that I used to do, to be able to just like decompress. And so definitely seeing our guests, sharing feedback in that standpoint was, definitely understandable. I think, the lens of, I always keep repeating our store team members, but I think that's something that is truly remarkable in what the brand, brings to the table, because our store team members, they don't, you're not interacting with me as a guest at headquarters. Like, you don't know me, but you're interacting at your local Target, engaging with a store team member that is either helping you navigate, what products you're looking for, or being able to provide additional assistance if you're trying to get in and out of the lanes, or trying to figure out like, hey, can I order this here? Or do you have any product recommendations for me? And so I think that is something that the brand, in terms of having this, friendly and welcoming team member setting, that the brand has really elevated further, hence why it was even more important when COVID hit, how much more resources were being put to ensure that the team members were safe. And I think as well, like, I think one thing about our brand and the consumer engagement is just this idea of fun and joy. Like we always say that our purpose is to help all families discover the joy of everyday life. And I think like what people have kind of taken Target in a way, and like, it's kind of like a friend. It's kind of like that random, like that best friend in a way, where on social, where it's like, hey, I got to pick this up from Target. Plus I bought 10 more things that I didn't know I was going to get. Or, I went on a date at Target. Or like I've had a couple of people post, like I've had a friend who's gone on a date at Target and it was the best experience for them. And I think there's been this way of humanizing kind of like the brand, not just for the sake of like, hey, here's a bullseye and here's a retailer, but the idea of this experience where, you're coming in, or you're going online and perusing and discovering things, or you're getting something delivered, or you're just engaging in the values that we share, whether it be through diversity inclusion, whether it be through sustainability, whether it be in how we really lean in, especially in our LGBTQ focuses and other areas. So I think that lens of just like being a brand that is first and foremost human, even though like we are a retailer, but I think our guests, a lot of our guests who've really stuck with us and really supported us, I think like see us kind of as that idea of like this friend in a way, which is really awesome to see.
I am 100% guilty of that. Now, everyone being home, with my child is home, like my Sunday trip to Target is like my thing, and it's my solace and my moment away, right? Whereas it used to be more of a chore, and now I'm like, I gotta go to Target, which I kind of feel like I'm like telling my husband, I gotta go see my friend because I gotta get out of here.
Right. So when you come back home and you have multiple bags, and it's like, oh wait, what?
Every time. No, that's wonderful. Let's shift gears a little bit. You had kind of touched on briefly that you lead the multicultural marketing efforts at Target. And so I know that you are heavily involved in the DE&I initiatives at Target. Tell us a little bit about the steps you and Target are taking to engage specifically with the Black community.
Yeah, so I'm part of a team. So specifically, like our team is inclusive marketing. We have our director on the team, and then I specifically lead our Black audience marketing strategy on it. And so, which of course, in the past year, there's of course been a more prioritized focus on Black communities. But specifically, like one of the areas that I know that maybe people have heard about, or there's probably a bit more discussion about, is our Racial Equity and Action Committee, so REACH. So of course, as I mentioned, after everything that happened this past year with George Floyd's murder, and us as well being in Minneapolis, and us as a brand really caring about diversity and inclusion, before it even became more of a statement that brands industries were using even more. So the notion was the fact of how are we thinking about the safety of our Black team members? How are we thinking about that of our guests, communities, the economic support of Black businesses? That's been something that's been very important, as well as how are we thinking about just overarchingly, how are we just showing up every day in support of our values? So recently we came out this past year, actually the past week or so, with a couple of our key new pledges and initiatives that internally we've been working on for quite some time, to really look at the root of if we're talking about actually addressing and getting to the root of systemic racism, and what role do brands play in that, and retail corporations, and how do we actually remove those barriers? What does it mean to actually go in depth in that lens? So recently we came out with a commitment regarding our $2 billion commitment in regards to supporting Black-owned businesses and Black brands. So one of those elements as part of that was, by 2025, the goal to get to 500 Black-owned brands that we'll be bringing in. Another part of that was, in procurement, in terms of increasing and marketing Black agency, increasing and bringing in Black agencies, construction companies, indirect suppliers, things of that nature, as well as the launch of our new accelerator program called Forward Founders, which was actually developed by our internal accelerator team that really actually brought together an entrepreneurship kind of advisory council made up of various Black founders, that some of them who we already work with at Target and are on our shelf, some of them who've been external partners, to really get to what is it that, if we're thinking about designing accelerators and supporting Black businesses, what are some of the root issues within that, in terms of, even as you think about, terms and payment, if you're a small business, what does that mean? Even if you think about the lens of understanding inventory and having a distributor and making sure you have products, not just on the shelf, but being able to survive and grow and scale. And even thinking about the fact that many Black entrepreneurs, many of them are solopreneurs, especially women. So even how the program was designed was hey, you're probably, even chances are likely working full-time while you're working on your business. And so having the accelerator even actually in the evenings and afternoons versus having it during the day was different, various things that the team was considering. And so I say that piece specifically to say that there's been a lot of in-depth discussions that have been going on even before that commitment was even shared, in regards to if we're going to come out with these commitments and pledges, it's our intention fully is we want to be able to see businesses thrive, and not just we are trying to increase a number and get on a shelf, and then the brands unfortunately fade away within a year or so, because we know the impact that can have, especially in a small business. So that's an area that's been so important to me as well, because I'm also an entrepreneur. I also work in 9 to 5, but also have my own, but understanding the fact that there are just ongoing disparities. And Target has always kind of really supported, minority-owned businesses and making avenues and inroads in that, but taking the step further for us to really partner and co-collaborate and co-create with Black entrepreneurs, businesses, and being what are we missing the mark on, and how do we need to work on transforming that? And hopefully in the process, it's able to inspire others, because we know we're not perfect, and we know we absolutely still have a ways to go, but glad to see that commitment.
Yeah, I'd love to see the traction and commitment. I think it's certainly very top of mind for everyone, but it's one thing for it to be for everyone to be mindful, it's a whole other to be actionable. And being actionable requires a lot of logistics and a lot of, thinking through all of the ramifications of your decision. So especially being a Minneapolis-based business, I love to see organizations like yours sort of being a catalyst for change and truly creating the environment for that change to be real and not just theory or something that everyone kind of is talking about. So that's certainly amazing. Along those lines, I know that you had led or leading an initiative at Target called Black Beyond Measures. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So as part of my role, I help, really look at how are we just engaging and building equity with our Black consumers and who are our Black consumers at Target, but also the lens of Black Beyond Measure was something that we launched actually a year ago. It's gotten more, attention now, but we were able to kind of really, conduct some amazing research to understand a segment of the Black population and Black consumers, and really understanding what this idea of progress and this idea of achieving your goals and dreams, the way that you want to see it and have it be. And, when we were just in the midst of starting and launching our Black History Month campaign last January, as we've had the campaign now for 6 years, but the assortment. But one of the things I was talking to my creative team about was how can we take some of the key insights that we learned from that research and this notion that, as Black people being, there's no limit to what we can achieve, and this idea of optimism and hope, even despite adversity, but also knowing that there's still more to be done. And our creative team really came up with this amazing phrase called Black Beyond Measure, to really represent this idea of Black success, but on your own terms, and being unapologetically Black in who you are. And we launched that during our Black History Month assortment of January last year, and it just really started to pick up steam. And then secondly, my thinking was like, hey, how do we actually think about turning this into an always on kind of approach and a platform where we are consistently, what does it mean to deepen engagement with our Black guests, in a consistent way? Of course, we have what we sell and everything, but what does that part mean? And so we actually had developed a strategy. And then, of course, when COVID hit, and then unfortunately when George Floyd died, we worked on okay, is the strategy that we're creating, is this the right approach? Is where we were heading with it, is this where it should be? Or do we need to take a step back, think about what's really going on in the cultural landscape, what's really going on to the impact of Black communities, and what is it the root that we need to solve, and what can we solve as a brand? And it meant that we needed to go deeper in this idea. If we're a brand that stands for joy, what does it also means and how we're supporting in the element of advancing racial justice? And we took time to revamp the strategic approach and the strategy. I don't know how many times worked on changing strategies in the past year, but eventually we relaunched the campaign and the platform, should I say. I like to call it a platform versus a campaign last fall. And that was really centered on what does it mean to uplift Black joy, amplify Black voices, our brands? What are we doing with our commitments? Because it was we're not going to put out necessarily just a campaign for the sake of hey, here's Black people, you're happy, but what is Target as a brand also doing simultaneously towards advancing racial justice? And then, from there, we've been building it up. Either we, had a whole content approach focused on our HBCU Design Challenge that was launched internally as an opportunity for historically Black college and university students who are rising art students who are interested in a space of getting into design, apparel. So we had a whole kind of content approach really focusing on the winners of the challenge who eventually had their assortment included in our Black History Month assortment that just happened this year, and really documenting the journey. They were getting mentorship, they were being able to access and have opportunities to learn further about the space of retail. And then we also just did amazing content that also, leaned into content partners we were leveraging that supported Black female-owned businesses, thinking about mental health in that area of Black, especially Black millennials and Black women. And then we've also this year, as we've now come off of Black History Month, we really went deeper into economic well-being and what does it mean to have that as a core foundation to your overall well-being within the Black community. How does that tie into your well-being, your financial state, the resources and things of that nature, and just seeing Black businesses who are either thriving from Target, but also knowing like what is Target as a brand doing ongoingly to support and easily shop Black-owned businesses. So lastly, as part of that, we also launched our Black Beyond Measure page and site platform, where since September of last year, we now have a Buy Black page, because we also saw from a lot of our searches that, whether you were Black, whether you were non-Black, people were searching more as a way to shop and easily find Black-owned businesses. And so that has been something that's been a very key element as well of our experience, where you can either shop the brands that we have at Target, you can learn more about what does Black Beyond Measure mean in its fullest sense, and kind of this idea of Black joy, and then be able to take action in terms of either whether you're a business yourself who's looking to get support from the supplier diversity team, you're looking to participate in our accelerators, or you're just looking for the fact of like, what is Target ongoingly doing towards advancing racial justice?
Like some of the other things that you had talked about, I love the commitment, but I love from sort of a marketing lens, like truly creating an end-to-end experience that centers around a critical business purpose and for growth, but also for the betterment of society. I certainly applaud your efforts there and the diligence and what you've done. I think what's also interesting, and that I've been dying to actually talk to you, because what I actually really want to kind of hit on is clearly you're leading so much of this transformative endeavors with Target, but I actually want to turn the attention a little bit to you personally, and the passion you have for the space extends outside of your job at Target in a couple of ways. So, kind of the first one is, you're the author of a children's book, Don't Give Up, Aaliyah. And I would love for you to tell us a little bit about your book, and, what was the inspiration for that? What were you hoping to achieve? And do you feel like you did that?
Yeah, I'll definitely share it. Just letting people know, like, I created the book before I came to Target, so no issues.
Husbands are allowed. It's okay.
Just in case anyone from Target's watching, I created that before I came to Target. But basically, yeah, for me, diversity and inclusion, and especially the empowerment of girls of color, has always, I very much see that as my vocation, in terms of no matter what I'm doing, there's either always some tie to an empowerment, especially girls of color, because I've been inspired by so many Black women in my life. But I am the founder of a company called Courage Dolls, and it's a multicultural doll and book company that focuses on elevating, educating, encouraging girls of color to be unstoppable. And so, to your point, Jacqueline, the book, I created a children's book. It was actually when I was in grad school, actually right before I came to Target. I was let me rewind a little bit more, because it goes a little bit beyond just my grad experience. But when I was in high school, I was watching this documentary called A Girl Like Me, and it was this doll test that was done. So for those who may be watching, you may have heard of the doll test. It's been this experiment that's been done over the decades to study the impact of racism and segregation on young Black children through the years. And so a group of Black children were given a Black doll and a white doll, and they were asked various questions such as which doll is prettier, smarter, more likely to succeed, etc. The children overwhelmingly chose the white doll when it came to anything positive, and they chose the Black doll when it came to anything negative. This test was done initially in the 1940s as part of the Brown versus Board of Education, as a way, it played a critical piece in when schools decided to become integrated. Not decided, but when it was actually through the Supreme Court actually implementing, it showed the impact of what segregation was just doing, and seeing negative portrayals or lack of positive portrayals, especially of Black children or children of color, the impact it had in the long run. And so when I saw that test, which was done years later, and seeing similar results, it just stuck with me. Like, I was in high school, it was health class. So I'm just trying to, get my snacks and make sure, go through my day. I got to study for SATs and stuff. But in that moment, it just stuck with me so much. And I didn't know what I wanted to do with that feeling, but I knew that representation and the idea that toys and stories, it's one of the first things that kids are engaging with when they're building their imagination, when they're thinking of what they could possibly be. And so it was years later that when I went to grad school, and it was just always stuck with me. I was mentoring young girls through the years. I was just learning and being inspired by young kids of today who are just honestly I'll say kick-ass. I'm probably not allowed to say that, but just doing kick-ass things. And ultimately, I decided to start working on creating officially the doll, the first doll, Leah. And then I wrote a children's book because I said I wanted to have, I didn't want it to be a fashion doll, but I also didn't necessarily want to have a story that was maybe a bit of, I want to be more modern of today and just girls who are just doing phenomenal things. And so the book teaches kids the early principles of entrepreneurship. It's about this 8-year-old girl named Aaliyah. She's a spunky, kind of old soul 8-year-old from Chicago. And she's just always inspired by, things happening in her community. And she eventually sees an issue and then she decides like, okay, I'm going to create this solution or invent this thing. But she goes through the process of trying to create a new product that solves for her community. But she learns along the way that entrepreneurship is something that is very hard to do alone. And it typically always really takes the people who are your core foundation, which is your family and friends when you're starting off, especially as a person of color or especially as a female owner. And so it just serves as just to teach those kind of principles and values of like perseverance, the idea of, understanding your why and being able to really, tie into the fact of having your family and friends to help continue push you through while you're still navigating the many obstacles and figuring things out.
And what kind of feedback are you getting from the book?
Yeah, no, the book has been, awesome. It's definitely had great responses. When I don't sell at Target, so nothing is, I'm going to make sure I'm always letting people know for legality. I keep it from Target knows I have my company, but I keep it all separate. But, I sell it on my site, but also, before COVID was doing a lot of events and doing a lot of readings, and every person, I get messages even now, still on social media. Like one person messaged me recently and was just like, man, your story really inspired my daughter. Or like, man, you're the person that wrote that book. Wait, it's you? And it's been great. I've had a partnership with our local library here and been able to give a lot of books there and donated as well to a lot of different organizations, and been able to talk with educators and teachers who've also asked me how can we maybe use some of the principles here to create lesson plans and guides that also can help for children who are interested in the space of either entrepreneurship or just learning some of the fundamental principles of what the book represents. And so I think the idea of yes, the sales have been great, but also the most importantly, the values of what it represents. And kind of when I'm able to see especially a young girl of color who gets very excited reading it or holding a doll that we have and it's this looks like me, it finally looks like me. Those are just always the moments to kind of keep going in this process.
Well, between, clearly a thriving and critical role at Target, your MBA, obviously, and then Garage Dolls as a separate side hustle. I assume there's a little Aaliyah in you for.
Yes.
You might be fictional, but I'm not sure how fictional Aaliyah is. But I love it. The last question I think I kind of have for you is, so obviously we've covered a lot of ground between what you're doing at Target and as well as what you're kind of doing in your personal life. But so you seem like you have a lot going on in some kind of in the most amazing ways. So I almost feel bad asking, but it's dare I ask, what's next for you?
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'll probably go watch an episode of The Office. I was that's honestly how I
probably go to Target.
It's if anybody wants to give me anything, it's anything The Office. That's how I survived COVID. But the idea of right now with Target, I'm in the throes, of course, as we're thinking about data and strategy, and another previous conversation I was watching, and they were thinking about how consumer engagement and consumer purchase has transformed in such a way. And I'm always just I'm still a student, always consuming and learning from other brands, as well as learning about how our, this younger generation of consumer to expect more from brands and values, expect more from brands and how they're actually are not performatively addressing racial justice, but actually actively and, demonstrating and showing the transparency of their journey towards advancing racial justice. And then lastly, the idea of, thinking about the space of digital an increase of social and what that means for us as a brand and what that means, especially for the audience that I target, which is very much, influencers and drives culture. And I've been, I listen to a lot of Clubhouses right now. Clubhouse has been like, I'm not sure if Clubhouse has been mentioned at all through any of these summits, but I'm very, much looking at the idea of what these social audio platforms are really representing. But I think one thing that's very important that I'm keeping in mind, especially as I think about Black consumers and Black millennial and Gen Z guests, as I continue working through strategies, is how do we ensure like that they're getting credit and they're able to monetize their work? Because I think one thing probably in the midst of a lot of people using TikTok and other platforms this past year is that also the back end of that is that a lot of people who are originating dances or originating content, who especially were Black, weren't getting credit or weren't actually being able to get their work monetized. And so I think that's something we're very much keeping in mind is like, as we think about partners we're working with, things of that nature, like how are we in an ongoing way providing resources and support? So like, if they don't have necessarily like, hey, a team around them to be able to navigate with a mass retailer, how are we thinking about our processes and policies so to ensure that like they are having an equitable and fair experience as engaging with us as we would engage with them. So right now, strategies, thinking about 2022 and just kind of continuously learning. And then while with my business, it's just like working as well, like what's so great about being able to work at Target while also on the side working on my business is that it all ladders back up to representation and diversity and inclusion, like driving where the future growth is, but also deepening engagement. And so it's great that I kind of have the opportunity to kind of have these transferable skills between my job and my business.
Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience.
I think there are.
I see some, but I feel like those were from the previous one.
Oh yeah, maybe, yeah. That probably was from the previous one.
Here we go. Okay, I think there are a couple. So let's see here. What has been your most successful marketing program?
I think, honestly, like, because probably what we just now did with Black History Month, like I try to always make sure I'm emphasizing that, like, don't only target Black consumers during Black History Month. Like, like that is the thing. Like, it's not like, because we have our campaigns running throughout the year. It just so happens that we get more media attention during Black History Month. But for all of us as brands and all of us as marketers on this call, like think of your customers, these guests, engaging them all year round. But when we did launch our Black History Month campaign, it was truly remarkable in the sense that, we wanted to demonstrate, like I said, like well-being and economic well-being, a core foundation of that. And the fact that like, how is Target investing in Black creators who are building economic vitality and well-being for their own communities, and how do we elevate them? And so we were, from the assortment, working with our internal design teams, and how they really thought of building an assortment that would be thoughtful, really inclusive of the community, accessible in price point. Our in-store signage that we created was truly just, our creative copywriter is like a whiz, and she's like a poetic justice whiz in terms of how she creates words to like be poetry in our stores. And that's something we haven't really done before, but it was a journey that we tried to have guests go on to understand more about why does your well-being matter, especially and just having Black joy represented. And then how we showed up, we did a partnership with Versus, for those who follow the Versus platform, that's by Timbaland and Swiss Beats. We kind of ended Black History Month, supporting one of our own Black-owned brands, McBride Sisters, which is the largest Black-owned wine brand in the country. And so, being able to support that brand on the platform of Versus while the artist D'Angelo was performing at the Harlem Apollo Theater, it was just Black excellence all around. And then, in addition to that, our team members, I never have seen, to my knowledge at Target, just such admiration and just like genuine, like, man, Target, like me either as a Black team member or even not as a Black team member, seeing this and like seeing how you're showing up was very important. Some people were like, this is extremely important to me. And I'm glad that we did this. It blew sales. We blew our sales, because it was a truly end-to-end customer experience, from digital, social, out of home, experiential influencers, everything in between. But I think when we got back and saw that people were just like, this was really, basically like, I saw myself in it. People were like, I saw myself in this work. I think for me, that was the best feeling.
End to end and authenticity. You can really never underscore the value of those aspects from what we do. I see that Pearl has joined us, so I will pause with the questions in the Q&A. Although Sasha, thank you for the one that you submitted. I'll make sure that Flora gets it because I actually thought that was a really great question. We just ran out of time, so apologies.
That was so amazing. Thanks so much, Flora and Jacqueline. Love what you're doing for Target, Flora. We need you at every single Fortune 500 company. It's something that they all need to really prioritize. Also checked out your dolls and they're so cool. I can't believe you're managing to do that on the side.
I'm telling
I don't
you,
know how you sleep.
In transition,
Driven
I watch
lady,
The
I love
Office
it.
and then I transition on.
Unbelievable. Well, you're a superwoman, that's for sure. Thanks so much for inspiring us today. You did a great job, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you back soon. Well, next up we have Bailey Mobley. She is the social media, Audra Carson. She's the Senior Director of Integrated Marketing Communications for Post Consumer Brands. And her session will be moderated by Carrie Tucker, the Chief Marketing Officer of Pocket Watch. Here you are. Sorry, it's Aura.
I sent you a link.
Audra?
This is Audra. Yes, I've been busy.
Okay.
To Flora, I was actually on the wrong link. My apologies.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. It just says Aura on your Zoom.
I like Aura. There's something about it.
It sounds beautiful.
Aura.
It's a name and a descriptor.
Oh, wow.
Well, you both seem so happy and ready to go. I'll check back in towards the end of your session.
Awesome.
Take it away, Carrie.
All right. Hello, everyone out there. I can't see anybody, so it's so strange. I am thrilled to be here moderating this amazing discussion with Audra Carson. I know that her name says Aura on the thing. We're debating whether that's a better name. But Audra Carson, Senior Director of Integrated Marketing Communications for Post Consumer Brands. I thought that, Audra, if you wanted to, you could just give like a really quick explanation as to what all that title means at Post, and then we'll sort of get into the discussion.
Sure. If you don't mind, before I introduce myself, I wish I would have been before and not after Flora. What a remarkable, inspiring human being and marketer. And Flora, if you're still out there, I hope you accept my LinkedIn invitation and that the link for that amazing jacket that you're wearing. I actually wore my fanciest sweatshirt today, but I did put on some earrings. So
that's a sweatshirt?
It is, yes.
Oh, rock on.
So I also want to give a quick shout out to the 40 Under 40 winners, especially Erin Gilden, who I had the pleasure of working with in my past life, leading content marketing and media platforms at General Mills. So congrats to all of you. So like Carrie said, I'm Audra Carson. I work at Post Consumer Brands, which probably means nothing to you until I share some of the scale brands that are a part of our portfolio. So you probably know our company better as the manufacturer behind brands like Honey Bunches of Oats and Fruity and Cocoa Pebbles, Honeycomb, Great Grains, Oreo O's, and our Malt-O-Meal, kind of value size and value priced bagged cereals. And so I lead IMC here at Post Consumer Brands and the functions related with that. So think, all of paid, owned and earned media, shopper marketing, incentives, and then partnerships and licensing, which includes both kind of inbound and outbound licensing, which I think we'll hit on at some point today.
For sure.
So that is to me in a nutshell.
Awesome. Well, Audra and I had a chance to chat, and I think we could have chatted for hours longer because I was fascinated by everything that she was accomplishing. So we're going to hit on a couple of the highlights, and we're going to talk about as much as we can in the time that we have. So the subject today is consumer engagement. And I think, anyone that is in marketing or really in any sort of business in this last year has learned, the hard way about pivoting, in consumer engagement because of the way the world has shut down and the way that we've needed to communicate with our consumers in new and different ways. And so I was fascinated by a case study that Audra was talking about. And I want her to share with what I call the great grape nuts shortage. And if anyone has experienced this over the last year, we thought toilet paper and hand sanitizer was the toughest thing to get. It turns out it was grape nuts. And I'm fascinated by this story. And so wanted Audra to share how we ended up in a grape nuts shortage and what posted about it.
Yeah, I was going to actually share my screen. Can you see it on there?
I did a second
ago. Okay, hang tight. I'll start with the story and then I'll share the screen. But yeah, COVID, I mean, there are so many stories to tell. And I think aside from the crazy, I could easily make the argument that COVID and the environment that we're all working in has led to some of the most kind of unprecedented and memorable marketing moments of my career personally. And so I'm going to share the great grape nuts shortage with all of you here today. And some of you might not even know what grape nuts is. And for those of you who don't know it or do know it, you probably think of it as like the butt of a lot of jokes, right? You've heard maybe Seinfeld talk about it, Sarah Silverman, and others, because it doesn't contain any grapes or nuts. It's believed to kind of have this core demographic of people in nursing homes. And so you can kind of see, the narrative around this particular brand. And, that's not wrong, but it's also not right. And so Grape Nuts is a brand that is loved by, our core target of nutrition nuts, who use it to fuel their healthy lifestyle. It's a super crunchy, versatile, kind of nutrient-rich protein and fiber-packed cereal that consumers, they kind of told us that they couldn't live without. So I'm going to rewind back to Wednesday, January 27th. And I actually remember the specific date because we got a call from a USA Today reporter asking Post if we were actually going to be discontinuing our Grape Nuts cereal, which we've been manufacturing for almost 125 years. And so the reporter themselves, they were a pretty loyal fan and started to do some research and kind of discovered this like underground movement of other fans who are kind of going nuts about not being able to find their grape nuts. And so, we'd been doing kind of the standard, consumer relations stuff and, pacifying consumers on social media with, thanks for your business, we'll be back soon. But that was no longer acceptable, right? When you have one of the biggest major news outlets reaching out, being like, discontinued. And so we'd been letting these fans, down and they had kind of had enough. So the next day, of course, as these things go, right, you've got to get approval, up and down the chain of command. We issued a statement out to the media that next day. And we, saying that we were not discontinuing the brand, that we were merely kind of short on supply due to COVID, and that we were expected to kind of be back into production.
And Audra, what was the shortage? Because it wasn't grapes or nuts, we know. So what was it?
Yeah, no, actually, with the incredible spikes in consumer demand, and particularly for the cereal category, which prior to COVID had been kind of declining, 1 to 2% year on year. When people were in their homes, they were consuming more food. There was kind of a renaissance for cereal, and Grape Nuts was obviously a part of that. And so we were having a hard time, as many manufacturers were, in keeping up with demand, right? And so we were prioritizing, in some cases, our, more popular or more profitable lines when line time was limited, and it was even more limited, obviously, because of COVID. We had some, manufacturing situations, as most did too, due to health. So yeah, we issued the statement, and I kid you not, I don't know if I should say this, but like shit hit the fan, you guys. Within 48 hours, we had almost 2 billion impressions on every major news outlet, and every, of course, comedian and influencer across the country, telling us that they were nuts about Grape Nuts, and they were, telling our story for us and kind of cementing our status as a beloved kind of cult brand, if you will. And now keep in mind that this is a brand, right, who in the 3 years that I've worked at Post Consumer Brands, the budget has been less than my annual salary. And then we get 2 billion impressions in 2 days.
Wow.
So that was Wednesday, and the next call came to me on Sunday. And this time it was from my boss, who is our CMO and our chief growth officer, asking me, like, what are we going to do to turn all these lemons into lemonade, right? And he wanted to see a game plan in like 48 hours of how we were going to do that. And so my first reaction was like, why are you asking me to do this? Like, shouldn't you be asking the business team, like, when they're going to make it and ship it again? Like, really? I don't want to drive any more pent up demand than what we already have. Like, why would we ever put gas on this fire? But then, with all things kind of COVID related or stress induced, you kind of put on your big girl marketing pants. And then I got like really excited, like really freaking excited, you guys. I don't think I slept in those 48 hours to follow, and I'm pretty sure a few members of my team didn't either. So this was actually, I'm going to share this like tweet with you guys. This was right around the inauguration for Joe Biden. And we even had a fan tweet, like, if Biden doesn't fix the grape nuts shortage, he will have failed what he was elected to do. So we started to engage with the comments like that. And, we said, hey, motion to make it the first executive order.
Right.
And so we were just some really great stuff, right? Some like consumer engagement gold. And ultimately, we kind of centered around this insight of fans telling us that they couldn't live without us. And keep in mind, this time of year, we were like, well, what better way to tell them that we can't live without them either than like leading up to and on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
And under this guise of like absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to work like really fast, right? We created content. We issued a press release that was in a really quirky voice. It was actually in the form of kind of a love letter that, the hottest date for Valentine's Day is actually in March when Grape Nuts returns to shelves, and nobody wants to be like ghosted on Valentine's Day, especially in a global pandemic. And we really leaned into this, like the quirkiness of this brand and the love that the consumers were showing for us. And then we like sent our fans chocolates and candy hearts, and we started to engage like big time with them.
Love it.
So we, at the same time, as a part of this like engagement, we created this like super secret super fans Facebook group. It was part of our release saying, here's, we're going to be back in March, stick with us. And, join us here for, updates, special offers, and other opportunities to kind of engage with the brand. And then within another 48 hours of that, we had like 1,000 people join our group. So I'm going to share, I'll share my screen really quickly. I'm going to share some of the marketing gold that came out of this, lack of supply due to COVID and the consumer engagement that followed. So let me pop that up super quick, just so you guys can kind of see how it all came to life. Okay, and now of course I can't find it, so hang tight. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, here we go. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So this is all about, in my mind, kind of following the consumer's lead. And so this was the great, I would say, not even shortage, but the comeback, I think is how you referenced it, Carrie. It was like, how do we turn this, moment into momentum? And you can see, right, by the time it's all finished, and quite honestly, it's still going, we got covered by 500 major news outlets, garnered 3 billion impressions. We drove demand increases on the backs of kind of scarcity and really this kind of FOMO, like, oh my God, grape nuts. I haven't talked about that forever. Yeah, I got a craving for grape nuts. Consumers really being like, hey, I haven't talked about that for a while. And that sounds good. I mean, our demand increased, almost 2 times what it had been previously. I mentioned kind of the surprise and delight fan packages. I don't know. Can you guys see? You can probably see myself on here too.
Yeah.
And then we recently issued a third press release at the end of March, announcing that anybody who paid more than kind of manufactured suggested retail price during the shortage, we would actually reimburse them because it
And
could
how
be
much
that
were people paying?
they were paying up to like $115.
Oh, come on.
Nuts. I am not kidding you.
Oh my God. It's crazy.
So this is kind of the plan, right? We had a 3-phase plan. You can see some of the, placements and results there. But I think the bigger thing is we created this community of super fans. They these people found their people. They were shipping boxes to each other if they found some in their local store, and others were saying, hey, where'd you find those? They're like, you get me. These are my people. People were painting rocks, making videos, writing songs, poems. I'm not sure if you can hear this one, but I'm going to play this TikTok video for you guys really quickly. Hang tight. Can you hear it?
Look at the doll arms. Oh my God. Oh.
Did you hear that?
Wow. Yeah.
Pretty funny. That was in full transparency, that's actually somebody on our marketing team, but she seeded this video on TikTok and other people kind of followed suit, which was fun. And obviously she's super creative. We found
Audra. Oh, no. Audra, you're frozen.
they started digging in and sharing history. People had old ads, and they dug up old episodes of the Andy Griffith Show, which we used to be a part of. And they just started we kind of gave them the keys at this point in time. We're like, let's just follow their lead and see where this thing goes. And we found that these guys are they're super quirky. They're nuts, just like the brand kind of is. And so we're now leaning into it big time, right? And what's cool is we're now fully funded.
Good for you. Oh, Audra, you keep freezing.
The consumer's lead. So this is kind of our new campaign platform, and you can kind of all expect to see a lot more from Grape Nuts here in the future. So that's kind of my, my first pandemic story, I would say.
I love it. So Audra, I would suggest you stop sharing, so because I think it makes the video a little sticky. Oh, are you there, Audra? Uh-oh.
I'm trying. I apologize, everyone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can, but you keep freezing, so I think it's maybe because of the screen share, but if you can hear me, we'll keep going.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, and as soon as you can stop the screen share, that'll be helpful, I think.
All right. It says close the Zoom program, so hang tight here.
Okay.
We're gonna wait for it to respond.
Okay, well, while we do that, I'm curious, were you, I know you said you had this 48-hour, of no sleep. Was your team prepared for this kind of response? Did you already set it up? And if not, what advice would you give people in the audience for being prepared to turn a moment into momentum, as you so eloquently put it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I would say we do have a really strong, media relations partner in Carmichael Lynch Relate here in the Minneapolis area. And I really owe a lot of credit to them for, jumping on it, not sleeping along with us, helping to, guide us during the way. I mean, we, at one point in time, you guys, we were going to even engage Sarah Silverman, right? Because she was this brand super fan, and, we were turning around Q scores and deep dives on celebrities to determine if we should, lean into them. And have them be a part of it. We were going to maybe even propose to her on Valentine's Day to her unpaid intern. And so they helped guide kind of the whole brand reputation thing along the way. But I got to tell you, very quickly, we found out that we didn't really need a guide. We needed to just follow what those consumers were looking for. And they kind of, like I mentioned, took control of the brand. We leaned in and we kind of cheered them along the way. And so I would say, you're never really prepared for these types of things, but having, the right partners and just a team that's willing to roll up their sleeves, really helps you capitalize on moments like that.
Yeah, for sure. And then, now that things are going back to normal, is there any, and this is a question from the audience, but is there anything that you'll do that you experience now that you'll change permanently?
That's a really good question. I think sometimes we try to manufacture moments, brands, and in specific periods of time. And I think, this particular example would say, like, maybe we don't need to manufacture it. Maybe there's an insight, deep in the depths of, consumer engagement. And I think we'll probably do a bit more social listening. It's really hard to do right now, especially with the proliferation of social platforms. But, there's always nuggets in there that we maybe don't have to manufacture, but we can kind of, lean into and amplify. So I guess that would be my takeaway.
Yeah. So I've actually, because there's a few questions from the audience, and please keep them coming. And this is and some of it's related to a conversation conversation we had when we talked and we were going to talk about here, but I'm going to pull it up because there seems to be a lot of questions, about engaging, today's consumers, when we think about consumer behavior, how, what are the trends in consumer behavior, how you look at consumer behavior. And you and I had spoken about, very traditionally, consumer packaged goods. And I would say even more specifically, categories like cereal had always been very mom targeted, right? There was a very, like, everyone in the industry knew that, that there was a mom target because mom was the shopper, and there was just all of the advertising and marketing was geared towards mom. And so, we talked about this, but what are you seeing and what are you doing, as it relates to today's consumer? Is it still mom? Do you think about it that way? Are there trends in consumer behavior that are important to you? And how do you look at now who you target when you're thinking about your message? I imagine this Grape Nut experience, opened your mind a little bit too to who your consumer actually is. So how do you think about your consumer and how to identify and talk to them? Audra? Oh no. Well, we have to hope that Audra comes back. Okay, so let's hope that she comes back. It seems like she might be having trouble. One of the things in talking with her is less so about the demographic and more about like stage of life and interest. And so, a lot of interest-based targeting now, as opposed to just demographic. We see this, we market to kids and family, as well, and marketing to kids is very different and, highly legislated. But we're always thinking about mom, as well, because we still think that she is making most of the decisions. However, how we think about mom, where she is, what her behavior is, the trends, that woman of that age, less about her being a mom and more about her, interest in her family and interest in her kids. When Audra and I were talking about this, we were, talking about how much they have pivoted into, interest-based targeting, because not everyone, for example, who likes, Grape Nuts or Fruity Pebbles is necessarily a mom shopping for kids. And I think, the example of Grape Nuts, where you had all of these fans who had a common interest, but probably very little else common to them, hi, you're back.
Oh my goodness. I think we win the award for the worst Zoom presentation.
I'm like,
today.
dun, dun. I'm just like,
I was dancing too. You were frozen for me, and so I was like launching into the next story. So here we are again. Maybe I won't share slides anymore.
Well, what I was sort of teeing up, because there's a bunch of questions related to the trends in consumer behavior, how you think about engaging today's consumer. And, it sparked the conversation that you and I had about, very traditional CPG was always about mom, right? And how you think about that now, even in light of, the response to grape nuts, how do you think about targeting your consumer, either differently, or if it is still mom, how do you think about her today?
Yeah, it's funny. When Carrie and I were doing our prep, she was like, CPG is fun, right? You get to target moms and make smile commercials. Well, she actually didn't say that bite and smile part, but but you did ask about the challenges that existed with maybe everyone going after the same consumer, right? And
right.
You should ask. So we at Post have recently been on a journey to kind of define more clear swim lanes for our brands to kind of limit the overlap between them and then maximize our opportunity across kind of morning food occasions, even beyond cereal, just focused on foods consumed in the morning. And so it's been a really long journey. It's been really, really fun and insightful, but we've defined some new strategies that focus on moments, right? And what consumers are looking for versus kind of how old they are or how many kids they have in the household. And I think that is the true essence of consumer engagement. And I think, while some media is obviously purchased by demo, there's a lot that isn't. And I think, many of you on the line know this, obviously, it can actually be much more expensive to purchase these demo overlays, right? Than it is just to target or lean into these specific consumer interests or occasions or moments. And so think about this for a moment, right? I think, on most social platforms, of course, you've got to give up your age just to get in the door, right? But you might not fill out any of the other profile information at all. And, by now we all kind of realize how damn good these algorithms are, right? Just based on the content that they're serving up to us each and every day. And that's based on consumer engagement. That's based on what we engage in, what our interests are, and not necessarily our age or the fact that you have, 2 kids in household, unless a marketer wants to pay for it. And I'm guilty as charged with that. And so I kid you not, on one of our brands recently, we, as a part of defining this new strategy, we tested 10 new targets in social, and we tested them against kind of our normal, I'll call it demo target. And we wanted to find out what was more efficient and effective. And I got to tell you, it was not moms with kids. It wasn't moms at all. In fact, it was consumers who are aligned to a specific interest target. And, not only were they kind of more engaged, but they bought more. All of the media that we put forward is shoppable. So we use that as a proxy for understanding sales. And to top it all off, they were, 50 cents cheaper on a CPM basis. And what that unlocked for this particular brand is it gave them a whole extra quarter's worth of media pressure in market by making the switch to that audience that is really, engaged with what this brand has the unique right to talk about. And so we are really, I would say, underway in terms of shifting from targeting mom to targeting moments, and even more importantly, kind of mindsets. And I'm really excited to see where that takes us.
That's great. And it's good advice for any of us who are, constantly mining, for, that silver bullet from message to, to recipient to consumer, right? We're always trying to make that more efficient, One of the other great stories that we talked about is a brand that's near and dear to my heart as growing up was Fruity Pebbles. We at Pocket Watch, we sit very much in the licensing and merchandising world. And so this actually really surprised me, really surprised me, that a brand like Fruity Pebbles has apparently just realized that it's licensable. And that all of a sudden you guys over at Post realize that you've got a property that can be licensed. And so talk a little bit about, I think we've got about 10 or 11 minutes left. Talk about what was the consumer insight? What made you think that engaging consumers on a licensing program for Fruity Pebbles, like why that would matter, how that helps engage your consumer, and what it has meant for your business.
Yeah, again, I bring it all back to just like following the consumer and thinking about what they're telling us in terms of their words and actions. And so Pebbles actually is a 50-year-old brand, lots of great historical brands in the Post portfolio. It celebrated its 50th birthday this year. And I would actually argue that it's kind of even a bigger part of culture today than it was when it launched 50 years ago, which was actually the first cereal inspired by a TV show. So fun fact, you can share that with your friends. And it's a pretty unique cereal, right? It's got, really bright colors. It's got a really intense aroma, and it's actually gluten-free. So in like a world of no, it's something that moms can say yes to. And like more recently, it's kind of become a bit of a pop culture sensation. So, it showed up in Justin Timberlake's shopping cart on Instagram. LeBron James made some custom shoes because it's one of his favorite cereals. And even Lady Gaga showed up in her bed after she won a Golden Globe, but she like skipped the after parties to have a bowl like under her sheets. And so, you might have seen this if you go to like a donut shop or a bakery. Fruity Pebbles is often used as, colorful toppings in, cakes and by burgers and recipes. And then we started to see it pop up in merchandise on Etsy. We started to see it in flavors in scented candles, in alcohol, and believe it or not, even in e-cigarettes, which, that might all sound good to you guys, not the e-cigarette part, but there was a problem, right? We actually weren't in control of that activity. So this is our fastest growing brand in our portfolio. And we had unauthorized third parties developing both products and apparel with our cereal, with our flavor, and with our color. And so we were like, oh God, that's not good, right? So we saw an opportunity to kind of act on that. And, we're not looking to shut down the mom and pop bakery shops. Like that's great. We want them to continue to do that. But it was a really big effort, right? We had to work across our organization with, our legal department, our ingredient sales department, quality, food safety, and even Warner Brothers, who's our partner on the Pebbles brand, to develop this outbound licensing capability for our business. And we did it, entirely from scratch. And once we had kind of the process and the guardrails in place, kind of proactively networked and pitched other consumer products companies, sharpened up our LinkedIn skills to try to bring some, to license this brand that's so powerful and to bring these kind of fun, fresh collaborations to consumers. So we started this about a year ago, and it's already resulted in more than 10 partnerships in market. And so believe it or not, we launched, and I'm not going to show the slide because I don't want to shut us down again.
No.
Protein powders. So for, people who are muscle builders, they want flavor too. And so that was kind of our first outbound license. I know it's kind of strange, but that was a part of our Post Consumer Brands family. So we started there. It won Protein Product of the Year. It's turning number 4 and number 6 in the total category.
Crazy.
Frankfurt, they do a lot of novelty chocolate products that you see, in aisle at Easter and at Christmas. So we did kind of some Pebbles chocolate bars, think like a Crunch bar, but with Pebbles in it, both vanilla and chocolate. Pebbles ice cream in fruity and cocoa flavors. Partnered with Duncan Hines to launch epic Fruity Pebbles cake kits. So all the things you're seeing in these bakeries, now showing up in the dry baking aisle. And right now, that particular item is the number 3 turning cake mix at Walmart behind vanilla and chocolate.
And what is it doing? What is it doing for core brand sales? What is it doing for the actual cereal sales?
Yeah, so that's a really great question, right? This particular brand, it's on fire. I'm not going to tell you how much. I might have some competitors on the call who know exactly how much, but it's really, I think, contributing to just brand love. And you think about all those licensed products in, different aisles, giving us more impressions, more ways for consumers to engage, and, also creating incremental revenue streams that we can kind of invest back into building the brand too. International Delight Coffee Creamer is another one. They actually built an ad on our behalf. I was going to show it to you guys, but we'll crash the internet here again. And so we have other brands marketing on our behalf because we are delivering such a strong licensed brand to market. And so that's been a really, again, following the consumer's lead, seeing what they're already engaging in, and then us, bringing it to market in a more, meaningful and impactful way.
Nice. Well, last question, this is from the audience. What is the biggest surprise or biggest learning that you've had in the last year?
Oh, the biggest surprise or the biggest learning? That's a great question.
Besides grape nuts is like people are cuckoo for grape nuts.
Yeah. Unprecedented demand for grape nuts and licensed Fruity Pebbles items. Those would be two for sure. I think the biggest surprise to me is just kind of what we're capable of as marketers, right? And I think we often get stuck on the like rinse and repeat of, hey, let's do a save as on our plans from last year. And, let's plus it up with a couple of new things, or, carve out a certain percentage of our dollars for test and learn. That kind of all got thrown out the window this year. And we had to kind of operate a bit more on the fly. Like, I kid you not, you guys, we had so much demand for some of our products. We had to pull our commercials off the air. And in, another like 5-hour stint, we, like most companies did, like we shot an ad in like 5 days for like $20,000 and put it on like the media weight that would otherwise be occupied by, Honey Bunches of Oats, because we couldn't service it. And so I think just testing the limits of our capabilities as marketers happened this past year. And it didn't necessarily get a lot of sleep, but like I started the conversation, really made for some really, remarkable moments in our careers. And so I think kind of got us off the lazy train a little bit, if I'm being honest.
I mean, it's a really candid response, because, it's certainly, with like big companies with established brands, like you said, you can just do things the same way that you've done them before that are safe. And, was there anything that you wish you had been better prepared for?
Oh, that's a great question.
When you look back and you go, damn it, like, I didn't hire that person, or I was cheap over here, or I wish I had social listening tools different. Like, was there still, there's a moment where you were like,
I'll give you an example. We're the number 3 manufacturer in the category behind General Mills and Kellogg's, both great competitors. And we were behind in e-commerce. We were kind of, tin cupping our way to like having a presence online. And so I remember at the time I was actually leading that part of the business, I literally was like, okay, brand X, brand Y, brand Z, can you give us like 1% of your budget, 2% of your budget? And then like COVID hit, right? And it was like, oh crap, like nobody is going in store. It's not safe to. Everybody is like going online in droves. And so that was another call from our CEO. And he was like, what are you going to do about it? This is your business. I was like, well, I got no money in my business. Right. And I said, I don't know, but I said, if you give me $1 million, I will I'll find the ceiling, and I'll find how much I think we need to spend and do it in a profitable, responsible way. Yeah. And he wrote us the check, and we got going, and that brand, or that part of our business, is now, funded much more than where we started. Let me just tell you that. And we had to build capability fast. So I think like, don't wait. Another thing is like, don't wait for the moment, right? You kind of have to think about the pandemic moment right. And use that as the platform for selling your plans. And I think us as marketers, we're going to be able to do a little bit of that, right? Hey, remember what happened when?
Right. You don't want another pandemic, do you?
Yeah. Yeah. And so, we brushed off a lot of our like preparedness plans. And I think that that'll put us in a position to be more prepared going forward too.
Yeah. Well, I think we're close to time. But I would say, we probably have a lot of marketers who are at various stages, of their careers, and also in various size companies. You obviously work for a massive company, where I work for a little big company. But, if you had, as people are coming up in their careers, is there any advice, either that this year or just in your experience working with the consumer, right? Because it's about consumer engagement. Yeah. Some of your key takeaways that if you're one, we always know we want to put the consumer first, right? And so that's the sort of, the golden rule. But are there 2 or 3 other golden rules that you live by, being so engaged with consumers?
Yeah, one of them is to, and I think Flora mentioned this too, just be a constant student. There are a lot of, like, your inbox can get overwhelmed on any given day with all of the information that's out there. And so learn, right? Don't assume you know the consumer. You have to really take the time, and hopefully you've got great, insights partners at the organization that you work for. And even if you don't, and you work at a small, you can be the consumer insights person. So I would, investing the time to learn and to actually uncover the insight up front will help you go a lot further, faster in the end, and make sure that, whatever you're putting into market, hits with consumers too.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I think the presence of Pearl Hook tells me that we're out of time. But I wanted to thank Audra. It was really amazing.
Yes,
you have a lot of insights, with how to engage consumers. I encourage people to connect with Audra as well. She has a wealth of knowledge. We only covered a fraction of what she knows. So hopefully she can be a resource going forward, and good luck with all of your success. I mean, it's amazing some of the things you've been able to accomplish in the last year, really, truly.
Yeah, thank you. And apologies to everybody for the technical difficulties. Thanks for the fireside chat in our bedroom.
It happens.
All right.
Congrats on all the success, Audra. Seriously,
thank you.
The great nups and everything. Over 2 billion impressions, you said? That's
3.
incredible. 3. Oh, no big deal.
Once in a lifetime.
Keep going. No. Well, congrats again. We hope to have you back soon and talk about your next big success.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Audra. So next up, we have Bailey Mobley. She's a social media manager of Guess Inc. And her session will be moderated by Lindsay Hausman, Director of Influencer Client Development at Ben Group. Welcome to the stage, Lindsay and Bailey. How are you doing?
Hi. Hey, everyone. It's great to see you. Great to
see you. Perfect. I'll let you take it away, Lindsay. I'll be back towards the end of the session.
That sounds great. So I've been so inspired by all the previous conversations today. I'm Lindsay Hausman. I'm on the client development team here at Ben Group. We're an influencer marketing brand integration company that utilizes custom proprietary AI. And I'm thrilled to be here with Bailey. I'll let her introduce herself and share some of her many responsibilities of what being a social media manager at Guess entails.
Yeah, hi everyone. Really excited to be here and chat a bit about what we've been up to. So I am the social media manager at Guess, and part of my role is to oversee all of our international and global social presence. So that's everything from all of our territories across the globe, everything from content to creation to influencers, and also working with some of our larger strategy projects, including working with TikTok as well as YouTube on our daily programming. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to a fruitful conversation, and have also been really inspired by hearing about what's been going on in this space.
Yeah, I think that's a great introduction. And I know, as we discussed yesterday, part of your role, you are overseeing global strategy. I'd love to hear how you're handling influence from a global standpoint.
Yeah. So what we've really been able to develop internally is really trying to understand not only the audience that we're wanting to talk to, but also really looking through the lens of the territory that particular market is, and resonating more with that particular territory. So what What each particular market across the globe has is we have like an agency that sits within the territory that allows for us to really have more of a pulse on, what's happening within that particular community and what's being, what are some of the things that are happening within those audiences on social. So we're doing usually a consistent pulse check with, what are the holidays that they are celebrating in their particular territory, or what are some of the moments that are happening culturally. So I will say that there has definitely been in the last year a number of more unifying moments that have happened, especially just with some more of the like cultural and social movements, especially during like the pandemic. We really had to lean into a lot of our local, key opinion leaders from their perspective to really give more of a relatable type of, content to that particular audience. So with a lot of the stay-at-home orders, we were really leaning into doing seating with some of the influencers that were also staying at home, and really making it more of a universal message around what are the types of clothes that you're wearing around the house, and how is it that you are really kind of normalizing this new lifestyle that was very much which was very much a pivot from where Guess really stands in the market as a denim brand and as, an elevated basics brand. So it's really important. It was really important for us to just like pivot and shift to really highlight some of our other categories, including Guess Active and, a loungewear collection that we have as well. So we really lean into what are the communities talking about and really having that two-way conversation with them about what they want to see more of. So it's a work in progress. It's still happening as we are kind of shifting back into this, this hybrid reality where people are still, staying at home and people are still kind of going into work and testing those waters. So it's just been really interesting to see, how the different places around the world are kind of coming back to their new normal.
Yeah, and I know that we were joking yesterday that we don't necessarily all fit into our Guess jeans anymore. And that is really exciting that there's been such an expansion of Guess Active. So I'd love to hear, I know you've been doing some great stuff on YouTube and how you've diversified there, and kind of to take into consideration what people are actually doing.
Yeah. In 2020, it was a really big priority for us to focus on social storytelling and doing that with a video format. We really looked into some areas of opportunity for us. And we did have a YouTube channel, but it was really not a place for people to go consistently to see programming that was happening every week. It was really more of a hub for campaigns and behind the scenes videos that were kind of happening without really a true cadence. So we went back to the drawing board and said, we really need to develop a way for people to, we leaned into the YouTube formats when it comes to a lot of the content creators on the channel. And we said, we really need to, produce these videos that are native to the channel. So we said, let's take it up a notch and let's really align with some of the brand ambassadors and the content creators that we know are very loyal to our brand and say, let's really give them the floor and the opportunity to be a part of our brand on a regular basis. So we launched our Styled by Guess and our Guess Active series. So every week we have a new Guess workout that is highlighted on our YouTube channel under Guess Active. And we've worked with not only domestic influencers, but we've also worked with international influencers, which has been great because we do have workouts in other languages, which is really fun and kind of a unique spin on, really reaching that type of demographic. And so we've worked with yoga instructors. We've also worked with, high intensity fitness influencers. So there really is something for everyone. We've also had male talent, female talent. So it's just been a really great learning curve for us, really trying to dial ourselves into what's going on YouTube. We do have pretty consistent check-ins with our YouTube and Google reps, just making sure that we're trying to stay relevant where we can be, and also just understand that our YouTube is something that we want to make content that makes sense for our brand, but also makes sense for the audience that we're trying to reach. So, you know, with a lot more people leaning into YouTube for anything these days, being one of the primary search engines, we've also really tried to diversify how we're populating content on that as well. So aside from our styling series and our guest active series, we have our guest family series, which really kind of gives more of an insider look into the models and the photographers and, you know, the talent at Guest, including employees, and gives them, you know, an opportunity to have a platform to talk about their experience in working at Guest. So it's been a huge undertaking just to really make it more programmatic, but it's also been really just really rewarding to see how we've brought Guest to life in a totally new way.
Yeah, I think that's great. And then I know we kind of spoke about how consumer engagement has really become part of a two-way conversation with the direct feedback of social media.
Yeah.
So I'd love for you to speak a little bit more about what you've learned from consumer engagement and how you're crowdsourcing from your audiences.
Yeah. So we are no stranger to feedback at this point, especially working in the social space. What the beauty and the curse of the networks themselves is that you do have the ability to actively communicate in real time with your consumer. And we've really wanted to create this as a way for us to see, you know, how can we take this to the next level? Not only are we wanting to just fine tune and formalize the engagement that we have on our channels from a, you know, community management standpoint. So we've worked very closely with our customer experience team to really develop a voice for guests when it comes to any touch point that you have, from needing a package, a status update on a package, or, you know, maybe something that you have, you know, you really love on our Instagram feed, and just making sure that that language and that messaging and that voice of guests is consistent on all fronts. So that's really making sure that we're, you know, developing a personality for our brand, because that's really important too. Is many times when, you know, we have our consumers or our audience post a TikTok video, we want to write a comment and say, we love this look, or girl, you are looking great. And just making sure that that type of language is consistent with that particular audience and that particular channel. So it's definitely been a lot. It's been fun to be able to develop that voice, especially on the newer channels. With TikTok, we do have some Gen Z gals on my team that really have helped to develop that out. But you know, in another avenue, being able to directly talk to your consumer and get feedback from them has been something we really focused on with some of our crowdsourcing within Instagram stories. We do consistently quiz our audience on things that maybe they didn't know about our Smart Guest collection, or, you know, making sure that we're polling them on which type of denim are they wearing or are they shopping for right now. You know, there's obviously a very huge fashion, you know, controversy happening between skinny jeans and not skinny jeans. So we are definitely wanting to keep a pulse on that and make sure that that's relevant in our strategy and our content in general. But it's just been really amazing to see how much feedback we really are getting from our audience, and how that does impact what our content output looks like. So when we have quizzed our audience on just the types of content that they'd rather see. Do they want to see more loungewear, or do they want to see more active? And especially during the height of the pandemic, that was really helpful for us, because we were able to then, you know, immediately put that into an execution format and then say, hey guys, like, our audience, they really want to know what feeds to follow right now that's making them feel good. So we leaned into that, and we're able to use the Guest platform to really kind of elevates some other smaller voices on social media, because as many people were looking into social to find, kind of a release or kind of an opportunity to feel like, wow, I want to connect with something in a different way. Guess on Instagram has almost 8 million followers. So it was, for us, we really leaned into and looked inward and said, hey, what do I want to see right now? So we did do a lot of, our team is very strong, and we also, we do talk to each other about, what is it that other brands are doing, and then what is it that you really resonated with this week. So just from like an internal employee standpoint, we talk about how we are consumers and how we engage with certain brands on social media, and then really try to apply some of those same tactics to the guest channel. And I think that's really what differentiates us at times when, we're looking at not only, it's not just looking at competitors, it's also looking at, who might be in the beauty space, who might be in the mental health space, and being able to say, hey, we really loved what they executed on Instagram stories, or, oh, we really love, what they were able to do about this particular hashtag and this hashtag holiday. Like, let's see how we can recreate that and repurpose that in our own way, with also just using like an inspired by, and not, trying to duplicate what someone else is already doing.
Are there any specific brands or campaigns that you've seen recently that have really inspired you?
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely, this is a good question. I really do appreciate, the groups and the organizations that were at one point just event based, and one time were like in real life. And I personally was, an active attendee of the Create and Cultivate series that Jacqueline Johnson put on in a number of different cities. And I have just really been super inspired by what she has done in the last year and a half, in terms of really channeling and creating a different format for her events and taking them virtually, which has actually kind of inspired how our team creates our virtual events around specific moments that are happening in culture, and also around the world. So I attended a couple of Create and Cultivate events and said, this is something that I definitely think that we can do from like an influencer standpoint, and how we can reach a different audience. So we last week just had our Earth Day virtual event, which was great. We had a full entire week of content that we made sure that not only were we talking about our Smart Guest collection and how we have made pledges to really do a lot better to, tighten up our process and really create more sustainability standards around the manufacturing of our brand. But also we have a director of sustainability at Guess who spoke on behalf of the efforts that we've made internally at Guess. And in addition, we partnered with the Northeast Trees, which is a local Los Angeles organization. And for every attendee that joined the virtual event, we planted a tree in their name. So it was just a really great way for us to not only give back, but also talk to, what are some ways that you can be more sustainable in your everyday life. And I was able to join that conversation and talk a little bit about the Green Goals Pledge, which we gifted everybody the tree, but we also said, we'd love for you to make a pledge on Instagram stories and share your green goals with the guests on behalf of like what you would like to, make more of an effort to do, whether that's bringing your own bag, whether that's, air drying your clothes, or whether that's, just being conscious in anything that you're doing to try to just, have less waste. So that was a really, I was inspired so much by what Create and Cultivate had done with these different virtual events that it really trickled into, our strategy, and really trying to, tap into doing something just like that, really similar.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And that was so exciting hearing about that. And I know you, with your continual innovation, you've also been leaning in and really giving consumers different ways to shop. I'd love to hear a little bit more about some of the virtual live selling events that you've utilized and how you pivoted there.
Yeah. So speaking of sustainability, just what we've really learned in, just in this kind of wild time is that people are leaning into in e-com, but we wanted to do it in a way that was also still allowing for there to be more opportunities and more options to shop and see the collection. Because there's one thing to see it online, but there's another way to go in person and shop retail. But we just recently launched in the last 6 months our live selling events, we have an entire team now that is dedicated exclusively to these shoppable live selling segments that happen, monthly. So it's every 2 weeks, we have a preview that allows for us to sell directly from kind of like a live experience showroom directly on our website. So we have seen so much success with this because people are just really wanting to see the product on someone else, even if it isn't them, and be able to shop directly from that. So we have worked really closely with that team to promote these on social media as well. So making sure that we have a countdown to the live selling event. And also this week, we will be going behind the scenes with one of our lead stylists on Friday to have us do a preview of the set and then also kind of give a sneak peek of what is going to be featured on the live selling event this Friday. So it's just another way that we've wanted to just understand, like, people are shopping really differently right now. People are, really wanting to feel safe, and people are also wanting to feel as though, there's multiple ways to find what you're looking for. And it's great because we also do have the perspective of the stylist and the retail associates being able to talk through the product as well. So it's been really fun for us to be able to do something different. So it's very similar to a QVC, but we have it, it's guestified. So super fun.
And then you're also doing something with Uber delivery, correct?
Yes. So we do have the option to get so when you call our store, you can actually book a stylist appointment directly with one of our stylists in store, and it's all virtual. So you can speak with someone directly at the retail location. And then if you like what they are helping you shop, Uber can pick it up and deliver it for you. So that's a new feature that we've also added in this last year.
That's awesome. And I think that as we think of Guess as a heritage brand, I think that we think of some of the iconic collections that you've done. And I know the Friends with You collection is just launching. I'd love to hear a bit about more about that campaign.
Yeah. So while Guess has, been mostly known for some of our larger campaigns, including Jennifer Lopez and what we've done in the past with many of the famous faces, we most recently launched a collaboration with the Friends with You artists, as well as J Balvin, to bring to light this very magical, colorful, and just very bright collection of men and women ready to wear styles, and really in celebration of bringing a little bit of happiness to every day. So this collection launched on the 15th of this month, and we have been super excited and proud of how this has really just brought in a lot of light into how not only our content creation has been, but also just like the messaging behind the collection is that it really is, supposed to spark this idea of that brighter days are ahead, and, find your happy place. So Social took the lead on developing out a campaign specifically with TikTok. We have a custom song that we created specifically for this campaign. So if you are on TikTok, you will be able to find it. We have launched our video with J Balvin, and he, in this video, really starts off in kind of a dark place, and then he is introduced to the Friends with You characters, and then he is transformed into his happy place. And that's really the whole message behind the campaign is that we want people to feel really good in these bright colors, but also, know that your happy place really can be anywhere, and you can transform yourself into that happy place, and giving people that sense of, being able to look inward, and also, be able to, bring themselves out of where they may have been, and kind of being able to look ahead, and share the happiness and that magic of the collection. So really excited about that. This week we're launching more of the content creator series with 3 influencers that we're working directly with TikTok. So we're super excited about those videos. The first one launched yesterday, actually. So with Tessa Brooks, and then we also are working with Larson Thompson, and then Andrew Davila. So we're excited about that.
Oh, that's so exciting. I think that a global TikTok campaign couldn't be at a better time right now. In terms of your favorite campaign or favorite social media campaign that you've done, which one has been your favorite?
Ooh, yeah, this is definitely, this is also another good question. So last year, when in kind of the height of the pandemic, during around this time last year, we were, really trying to understand how we could be more relatable to the other, to just what people were dealing with, and how people were, trying to find, their corner of the internet that made them happy. So we had worked with, so for Earth Week last year, we actually worked with Upworthy, which is another large, feel-good platform. And we connected with them, in a way, and said, look, we love what you guys are doing, and we want to share more of the stories that you guys are posting. So what we had done with them is just continuously, had a smaller content partnership where we were really sharing some of the stories that they were sharing on their channel, but really amplifying them in a way that was just supporting their message, and said, these are the stories, so we had kind of a Motivation Monday campaign with them for a month. So we really shared some of those like motivational stories, just regarding what they had been doing during the pandemic. And that also is something that we are looking into doing for the month of June, which is also for Pride. So that is definitely something that we're excited about, and just leaning into some of these, opportunities where we can share real stories, and, be able to share real, and have real conversations with our audiences.
Okay, great. And then what were, I heard this question on the last panel and I really liked it. What was the biggest surprise or biggest learning from last year?
That nothing is permanent. I think the biggest, at almost every moment, there was going to be a pivot or a shift. So I think that just being able to know that we could be agile and we could be flexible was something that really brought us through last year, was just making sure, all right, guys, let's move on to plan B, plan C. So just being creative and being flexible really allowed for us to shift what we were doing, and making sure that we were also making sure that we weren't coming off in a way that would be insensitive or would maybe be tone deaf. So we've definitely known when to participate in certain conversations, and also, maybe when to not provide our feedback on something, just because that is, we do walk a very fine line when it comes to being the front, being at the forefront of just what consumers are engaging with your brand. So it's definitely been a lot of learning curve for us, but the biggest surprise is just nothing is what they say it's going to be. So that was definitely, a good way for us to toughen us up.
That's great. Well, I guess we'll use the last few minutes to answer some of the questions that came in. So the first one is, what is your social media campaign process? Do you identify the influencer first and then create the messaging, or vice versa?
Yeah, so two things. The first one is that we have some of our social media campaigns and programming that are pretty much rinse and repeat. So when it comes to like our YouTube series and things that we're doing with, on Guest Active or Styled by Guest, we have those formats pretty much solidified. So we do kind of look for influencers to plug and play into that. However, when we do have an opportunity that comes to us with a specific influencer, we really do like to see like how is it that they can be creatively impactful in terms of, what it is that they want to work with us on. So for example, we were just recently approached by an influencer who is going to be doing a shoot with a UK-based magazine, and we did have some options and opportunities to just be a little bit more creative with what we wanted to do there. So that was directly getting the input from the influencer, and then also just tying that back into what are our KPIs and how is that going to like resonate within our social ecosystem. And also making sure to keep in mind, like, where is that influencer, where is their audience the most engaged? Like, are they the most engaged on TikTok? Then we probably wouldn't want to be focused just predominantly on YouTube. So it's just making sure that it makes sense for the content creator. And then also, making it work for us as well. How is it that we can leverage on both sides?
Great. And we have two more questions about influencer. So how important is the influencer in your marketing strategy and messaging? How do you identify who the right fit is?
Yeah. So with social, because influencers do really drive so much of our brand awareness, and that I want to say just that affinity that's happening like outside of our content strategy. They're one of the biggest pillars of how we create content, produce content, and then also, have more of a 360 approach to everything that we're doing. So with that said, when it comes to selecting the right influencers that we're working with, diversity is important, and making sure that when we are working with a number of influencers that are here in the US, that we are also aligning with influencers that do connect with each particular territory that we may be also having that campaign. So for example, we work specifically with our EU counterparts to vet influencers within their own territory, and making sure that they're aligned with the messaging of the campaign. And then what I thought was kind of interesting about this question is, how do we have the influencer, like how is that messaging with the influencer really succinct? So the TikTok campaign that we're doing right now with the 3 content creators, we developed a brief for them specifically to follow like exactly the messaging that we wanted them to align with. However, that's just, I would say, like, it really depends, because oftentimes with some other campaigns that we've done, we've been a little bit more collaborative. But for this one in particular, we were very specific into the hashtags we wanted them to use, even down to the emojis. We were very specific about that. So I would say it just varies depending on the campaign itself.
And then another question from the audience is, how important is the data behind influencer marketing? Do the metrics drive the messaging?
Yes. So we're always looking at the end goal, which is what was the impact that they drove? Did they actually move the needle when it came to views and that channel that they were populating content on? And what did it do for guests? Did we see a increase in followers? Did we see an increase in engagement? So yes, that is actually how we do vet the influencers when we're wanting to work with them again, or making the decision to not work with them again. So that is very important to us. And also just how is the influencer, how are they as a person? That's really important too. If they have, been able to be a great partner in terms of just like working with us and being flexible and, being really communicative, we love that. But if, some influencers that we've had experience working with have just really you know, just a management that doesn't necessarily sync up with us, or like there's just constant like miscommunication. We just like take that all into consideration. And I think that, you know, as we move forward in this space of influencers and talent and, you know, working on like a brand and social basis, we really have to, you know, want to work with people who will want to work with us. And that's absolutely, at the end of the day, that's the best advice, is you want to work with people who want to work with you. And if they're just doing it for the paycheck, like it's going to actually impact like the product of the content, and you will see that. So we've taken that into consideration a number of times working with different talent.
Great. And then there was one more question that came in. How do you see your audience demographic expanding to be more inclusive as the industry grows and evolves?
Yes. So Guess has been around for 40 years, believe it or not. This year we're celebrating our 40th anniversary, and there's been a lot of shifts in the fashion industry that have been happening within the last 4 decades. With the social strategy right now, we have definitely been more than aware that we are wanting to prioritize diversity. So this is not just user-generated content from people who are our customers who are shopping with Guess, but this is also the influencers that we're working with, and even more so beyond, like who works for Guess. I know my team right now, we are looking for 2, we're actually hiring. So I wanted to drop that as well. So we're in the process of hiring for 2 social media specialists on my team. And that is like one of the first things we're looking at, is just, you know, what is it that, you know, what is your background in terms of how you can really create something and bring a new perspective to the team, because social is something where the industry never sleeps, and it's really important for us to make sure that we are, you know, practicing what we preach, and making sure that, like, if we're talking about diversity from an outward facing standpoint, we need to look inward, and we need to say, hey, like, this is really important for us to make sure that we're diversifying who's on our team, who has that voice, and how can we share that voice as well. So when it comes to, you know, diversity in our content, we really lean into user-generated content for our social strategy. We love being able to see our customers wearing Guess and featuring them on our social channel. That's something that we're consistently wanting to showcase, and that's what you'll see in a lot of our content strategies. So when you go to our Instagram, you'll see a lot of the people that we feature on our channel are shoppers. There is a bit of a mix between some of the campaign models and then also some of the influencers, but we're also, you know, we really love being able to highlight some of our actual customers on our page as well, using our Love Guess hashtag, which is our global UGC hashtag.
That's great. Well, I think we're almost at time, so I guess we'll just use the last minute or two, and I'd love for you to share what you're looking forward to most this year.
Yeah. Well, what a wild year was last year. So I think I'm still trying to, you know, convince myself that it is 2021 and that it's not 2020. I'm super excited to see how social will continue to diversify in terms of video storytelling, and also what we have been really doing within TikTok and YouTube. But I'm also really excited because later this year, we have a number of really fun partnerships that are coming out, which I can't really reveal too much, but I know that it's going to be something that's going to be really exciting to be able to work with and work around. And then moving into 2022, we also have a number of continued partnerships that are with a lot of other notable Los Angeles places in Los Angeles. So that's going to be a really cool way to just, you know, kind of get back to our roots, because Guess is a Los Angeles based fashion brand. So it's kind of going to be a fun way to kind of take us through the rest of the year. So yeah.
And I see that Pearl is back on, so it looks like it is time.
That was so fun. Thanks so much, Bailey and Lindsay. Loved hearing what you are up to over at Guess. Those workouts seem really fun on YouTube. It's only 10 to 12 minutes. So I feel like I can fit it in between like sessions.
Yes, absolutely. They really are for everyone. So I highly recommend head on over to Guest's YouTube channel, youtube.com/guesttv, and get yourself a workout in.
Perfect. Yeah, it's good to get a little movement in between. All right. Well, I hope you join us back again soon, Bailey. And thanks so much for moderating, Lindsay. You did great.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. See you soon. Next up, we will have Christy Lane. She's the VP Head of Customer Activation Engagement at MassMutual. And her session will be moderated by Rachel Tuffney, EVP of Dionomy of USA. Welcome to the stage, Kristen and Rachel. I hope I didn't hear that, Rachel.
How are you doing? Thank you so much, Pearl.
You're welcome. Okay, looks like you both are ready to go. So I'll let you take the mic, Rachel, and I'll be back towards the end of the session.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Pearl, and the Brand Innovators team for having us. So I have actually connected with Kristen a couple of times over the last 2 weeks. And I have to say, I have been blown away with the work coming out of MassMutual over the last 12 months. So I think this conversation is going to be very informative and there is a lot to share. So Kristen, maybe we should just start to kick it off. Maybe you could just give a brief intro into your role and MassMutual.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rachel. And thanks for having me here today, Brand Innovators. I joined MassMutual coming up now on 4 years ago in 2017 at a point in time where the brand had just been newly relaunched after having been somewhat quiet in the marketplace for quite some time. So I joined from Arnold Worldwide in Boston, where I led I was a group marketing director. I led the experiential team and a lot of the big work that we did for clients at Arnold at the time. But I had this desire to return to the brand side of the business with a focus on consumer marketing. And I found this opportunity and I just jumped at it. And it's been a great journey since then.
Amazing. I love it. So, Kristen, we're here today to talk about consumer engagement. So I think what would be really good is if you could give us a sense of what it means to you and to MassMutual and kind of understanding of what is important.
Sure. So, the business that we're in, the industry that we're in, it's a very low engagement industry in terms of if you think about the relationship that you might have with a financial advisor or from a workplace benefits standpoint, which is another area of our business. You might have several conversations a year with your financial advisor. You may handle your benefits enrollment once a year. And as such, because the engagement is so low, our whole approach in terms of engaging consumers is to find opportunities to have a voice in culture and in the marketplace around within areas that we can be authentic and provide value and that two-way exchange of value, whether it be about brand or, sort of not financial advice, but just kind of financial considerations.
Yeah. And, I absolutely love the work that you have been doing with, for example, with the New York Times and around the celebration of the 19th Amendment and, also your partnership with the Washington Post. I mean, it is really fascinating how you've truly partnered with these publishers to put your brand around these very important topics. Could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So we've had a long-term relationship with both the New York Times and the Washington Post. They're both great partners. I'm sure many of them, at least I hope they're on the call today so they get to hear all this. But a year ago, maybe a couple of years ago, we were sitting down with our account lead, our client lead at the New York Times, and we were talking about, what was on the horizon from an editorial platform standpoint for the year ahead. And we started to talk about the work that MassMutual is doing to engage the women segment, which is, as we all know, 51% of the US population. So it's massive. And as part of that lunch, we talked about the 19th Amendment. So the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment was coming last year, and we had this idea to partner with them, and we built a proprietary content series where we celebrated that important milestone in American history. But we also found unique ways to integrate with it. We did so through our business resource groups, through highlighting some of the women who are very active in that group, and we created a beautiful piece of film that we leveraged and launched during a theatrical recreation of the 19th Amendment. We had huge plans to go to Seneca Falls and, of course, have that happen live, but all of that changed with COVID, so we had to adapt in a digital way. Since that time, and I'm very excited to say, we just announced that we're partnering with the Washington Post to continue the conversation with women.
Brilliant.
In a podcast series that's called The Talk.
Oh, okay. When does that launch? When should we be listening for this?
So that launches in July.
Okay.
Will be the first. It's a 5-part series. And, when you think about women as a market in general, we have insights and data that says to us that they are insured, underplanned, and really underserved as a market in general. And the pandemic has only exacerbated that problem. So, we're very excited about this ability with the Washington Post to not only tell unique stories, but also to answer longstanding questions that women are facing in order to get to that point where they can achieve financial security. And as a business, we have 1,600 female advisors. So we've got a massive amount of female advisors, and they're going to integrate their perspectives and tips and ideas for how to achieve financial security. So the publishers are great for us because we are able to leverage the borrowed equity of who they are and the credibility that they bring to the marketplace, while also aligning around culturally relevant topics. So.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm a huge advocate. I totally agree with you. The last 12 months has been a little bit of a whirlwind. And, I would imagine that as part of your planning and strategy, things obviously had to shift and change. So can you talk about sort of the beginning of how things sort of started to move and evolve?
Sure. No, it was quite a year for all marketers, right? So,
Yep.
I think probably everyone on this call was faced with the same sorts of challenges, which was, how do you pivot during this time that we had never seen the likes of before,
Yep.
except for MassMutual we had, which is interesting. So as
How
100
old it is. Yeah, I was going to say, it's incredible, the history.
Yeah. So we're on May 15th will be our 170th anniversary.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. And so this is actually the second pandemic that the company has
Oh my goodness.
has thrived and survived through. It was the Spanish flu was the last one. And we actually had a hospital that was set up on the grounds of our headquarter campus in Springfield to serve those that needed to be have healthcare provided and administered to them.
Wow. So one of the things I must admit through our conversations that really struck me is that, you talked again about authenticity, but also action and making things happen. And I think the Health Bridge Influencer program that we spoke about was really powerful. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Yes, happy to. So, and I'll go back also, Rachel, to touch on that point about how the sort of some of the trends we saw around consumer engagement during that time.
Sorry, getting in front of ourselves here. Too much to think about.
So totally. No. So when we were all sent home to work, in mid-March, which seems impossible, just over a year ago, immediately, we knew that we needed to respond as a brand to put a message in market that just reassured our customers that, we'd seen this before. We were a stable company. We had the know-how to navigate through the challenging times that were ahead of us. And so we initially launched work in market very quickly, I think in 3 weeks' time, which was our Lighthouse campaign, for those who might remember it, just to basically say, we're here for you. And we use the icon of the Boston light, which has weathered many storms, just as a symbol to represent that. I mean, we normally don't just use symbols in our creative messaging, but because we couldn't shoot anything new, it was important to have that as a signal for what we were conveying. But very quickly, the messages started to wear on people. And we saw, all of these reports, consumer reports, there were lots of messages about, we're in this together. Let's celebrate our unsung heroes. But in the background, we had a team of people, product folks who were working on bringing to market a free product, life insurance product to protect frontline healthcare workers battling the pandemic. And we initially launched it in 2 states, Massachusetts and Connecticut, which early in the pandemic were hit very hard, as you may recall. And then we expanded it nationally from there.
How quickly did this happen? Because I mean, this is pretty, like, to be able to roll this out. I mean, that normally it's like everything, it has to go into approvals, etc. I mean, how quickly did this happen?
Yeah. So I would say within 4 weeks, we were in market with this product. We as a life insurance company, we actually do offer a free life insurance product with an education benefit to income qualifying Americans. So we were able to leverage a lot of the underwriting capabilities to launch and market this product. The interesting thing tying back to women is that 70% of those who signed up for the plan are women. Wow. The majority of those are nurses who were just right there on the front lines. We covered 10,000 lives so far, and the program is still active. And it will remain that way until, we're in an ineligible environment. I mean, things are obviously changing by the minute with vaccine distribution. The product is still available. We're still underwriting policies. And, when I looked just recently at our brand health metrics, and our awareness numbers increased by 5% this year. And my hypothesis is that we were able to do that because in this environment where, many brands were just putting out advertising, we were demonstrating, what the mission of our company is through this action of HealthBridge, and it's really just about people helping people,
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so well done. I mean, super impressive.
Yeah.
So, let's think about, some of the micro changes to where consumers were, and obviously now where they're shifting to.
Sure.
I'd love to think about your thought strategy from the past to the present. What are the shifts that you've seen in terms of that consumer engagement, and where are they?
Absolutely. So one of the biggest shifts we saw, that I'm sure many others did, was this move from, we were in an environment where there was no live sports. So, an anchor of our kind of consumer engagement is about being in live sports and investing in live sports from a tentpole perspective, combined with these publishers that we heavily activate with to get that sort of that more, social engagement piece. But what we saw was this huge shift towards local, and this huge shift towards local news, because during the pandemic, the news was more important to an individual on like sort of a micro level, in terms of where they lived. As we looked to our governors, probably for the first time in a long time, to drive, whatever was going to become, the policies that we had to adhere to. The news reports were coming local. So we shifted a lot of our dollars to local news. And then we combined that with connected TVs, and we started to spend a lot more money on streaming, and not streaming, like we normally would when we're mobile, but to the primary screen in the household. We know that consumers move there to escape. You sort of had this combination of news where you were hit with the reality of what was happening in your community, and then more globally, along with like this this wanting to escape. And without live sports, we saw that's what was a huge trend we saw. We think it will continue for some time. We are, most of us, still home.
Yeah, no, exactly. And actually just sort of continuing that topic with sports as well. Obviously there's some pretty, there's a big sporting event happening this year. Can you talk to us a little bit about what, where, how your thought process is around sports?
Yeah, so we're, well, this coming weekend is the Kentucky Derby, and Mass Mutual is an exclusive Derby sponsor. So we will be at the Derby this weekend. Of course, they'll only have about 25% of attendees on site. But we also have made a commitment through NBC to have a major presence during the Olympic Games. Brilliant. And we love the Olympics as a brand. We love it for a lot of reasons, but this year we believe it's going to have, more relevancy than, ever before, and be more meaningful. Mm-hmm. We think about it as this global healing moment where the world will come together. Mm-hmm. And as a brand that's about, mutuality, it's the most mutual sporting event, on the planet. So we're very excited, and we'll break new work there as well.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And I loved our conversation as well, where you were talking about, sports, the reason you're so aligned with sports. It's not the competitiveness, it's about the being a supportive brand to really help these athletes to grow and to pursue their careers into the next level. So it's brilliant. Love it.
Absolutely. And, one of our largest partnerships, Rachel, is with the NHL. And yeah, and what's great about the work we have running there is it's all about the NHL as a league is all about the players who play for the name on the front versus the back of the jersey, right? And the whole premise of the campaign is about the people who help these athletes achieve such greatness in the game. Yeah. So it's called, the platform is Greater Than One, and no disrespect to the big car companies, but we never in those environments, it's never Mass Mutual is better than this other company, like Ford is better than GMC or Coke, Pepsi. It's really all about this idea that there are people who are all around us who help us achieve the things in life that we want to achieve.
Definitely very inspirational. So let's think about, what are the factors in the financial industry and the ad marketing tech space that you think will change the way you think about engagement in the future? Sure. What are your thoughts on that?
Definitely. So, look, in terms of, how the industry is going to be impacted, what the death of cookies is something that we've known has been coming for quite some time. And, one of the things, the trends or the investments that we've been making along the way is in our consumer insights portal. And we've been working on ingesting first-party data ahead of this shift with cookies. So one of our biggest partners in this space is Jebbit, which is a mobile first digital platform where, we have been offering, sort of enabling digital journeys by offering information and asking for hand raisers to tell us, financially, where are they in their life? And then we serve them up, bits and pieces of content that pulls them through this journey. And all along the way, we've been ingesting that data and building lookalike models, et cetera. But beyond that, we've been as I mentioned before, with the NHL, recently they announced a broadcast shift from NBC to Disney and Hulu, and last night Turner. So obviously with Hulu, we are able to target, they're collecting first party data. So they're at the forefront of this. So in terms of our overall broadcast investments, this is very positive for Mass Mutual.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I encourage the audience to ask questions. We've actually got quite a few that's already come through. What is top of mind for you as you think about supporting and engaging today's consumer?
It's remaining continuously relevant. I mean, we have to, the marketplace dynamics are shifting so greatly, and brands are being asked to have to not only comment on what's happening in culture, but be activists for change in terms of what's happening across the cultural landscape. So for MassMutual, it's not only being top of mind with relevant financial topics, but also demonstrating our humanity as a company.
Yeah.
And, balancing kind of the needs of the business with, longer term investments in the brand to future-proof our business.
Absolutely. No, great answer. Another one here. How are you managing and navigating your business through customer strategies and employee engagement, particularly over the past few months?
Yeah. So I'll take the employee engagement piece. Our human resources department does a great job with employee engagement, but I will say a couple of things that I have felt as an employee is that, the company has gone out of its way to support its employees. So when COVID first sent us all home to work, there were a number of steps that the company took to provide additional support for employees, including 2 extra weeks of paid time off. Understanding that there was so many more demands placed on people, families, parents. And they have continued to do pulse checks along the way to just take the pulse and see how are people feeling about this, continually offering and refreshing these benefits. But it went a long way, I think, in making the employee base feel very appreciated during the time that we were going through.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, that's one part of the question. What was the other one, Rachel? I lost track. Sorry.
So yeah, how are you managing and navigating your business, your customer strategies and employment engagement, particularly over the past few months?
I mean, look, we very quickly shifted to, working remotely, as did everyone. But, we're in a very, I guess what I would say about the business environment is it's continuous. It's so dynamic right now. And especially for MassMutual, we've announced acquisitions, we've sold off pieces of the business, transformation is happening very quickly, but a couple of the larger investments in the business that we have made is we've expanded our third-party distribution. Mm-hmm. So one of the questions is, how do you get to scale quicker?
Yeah.
And so we launched the MassMutual Strategic Distributors, where we're putting our products on the shelves of third-party partners like banks, mm-hmm. As an example. And we've also announced the scaling of our worksite business. So as a company, our mission is to provide financial security for all Americans. And while, certain channels of our business may focus on a more affluent or emerging affluent audience, the worksite business is all about, working Americans. And we offer benefits to working Americans through their employees. Mm-hmm. And worksite benefits are the foundation to financial security. It's the first step. So as part of that Washington Post, The Talk, we are going to feature one of the podcast segments is going to be about that specifically.
Amazing. And audio, I mean, that's definitely a growing environment if there ever was.
Yeah. So Rachel, a good point. And, in terms of like our consumer engagement strategy, look, television is still where we're investing the bulk of our dollars because we're still trying to grow our awareness as a brand, mm-hmm. but television works really well when you combine it with audio, right? To get frequency. So, and then these, these platforms like the publishers who have something unique to say. And we've found that combination to be really impactful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And actually, this is a good segue into this other question that we just come through. I know that women are important for your targeting. Are you targeting mums as key financial decision makers are you targeting mums as key financial decision makers for their families?
Sure, absolutely, we are. Absolutely. I mean, one of the premises that we have is that, and it's not just our premise, but people don't live a linear life like they used to. There used to be this continuum of life, where it's old fashioned, right? Where you went to college, you got married, you had a child, you retired, but people are so different now. that, you can have first time, and we have a lot of first time parents in their mid 40s. So how do you uniquely serve that individual? So yes, moms are very much a part of our core targeting strategies. Our blog, which we publish, it's blog.massmutual.com. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Last year, our blog had over, I think it was 2.4 million page views, and we have content across the most important financial topics out there: college planning, retirement planning, and everything in between.
And who generates this content? How do you build out who's doing that in the background?
Sure. Well, we of course look to insights. We have a large insights team. We pull consumer insights across all of our audiences, and we uncover, what are the topics that matter most, right? And then, we go out and we have several writers on staff who are come out of the financial television industry, CNBC, former CNBC writers, reporters, producers, and they are generating this content for us. And, we distribute it across social. We target certain audiences. We use lots of paid syndication to get it in front of the right audiences. We're always testing, which types of content are best consumed on which platforms, and how do we, through keywords, amplify and boost some of the engagement. So we've come a long way in the last 4 years with the content that we create as a business.
That's fantastic. I mean, I'm a huge advocate as well for financial literacy in general, especially for women, and to educate and make sure that women do and can take control of their finances. So I think that a lot of that content that has been on the blog as well has been fascinating. So highly recommend everyone going there and having a look. Yeah. Another question that just came in. Can you elaborate on your strategy for influencer marketing specifically?
So with influencers, I would say we use influencers, I'm not going to say sporadically, but judiciously. So as an example, with HealthBridge, we obviously, when we launched that free life insurance product, we were tracking where we were getting, the not only awareness, but then conversion, and what was driving the best rates of conversion. And the one-to-one marketing was working best. So for instance, we were on the phone with different hospitals, that we might have relationships with, telling them about the free product. Then their employee benefits groups were out talking to the employees to say, sign up for this free product from MassMutual. But we also leveraged healthcare influencers, nurses, doctors, and we had them help us spread the word, because we needed that voice of authority or authenticity within the space. So, but beyond that, in the last year, that was, I believe, the only influencer program that we enabled.
Amazing. And it just, again, having it directly from the people on the ground is just so powerful as well. So looking at the year ahead, no one could have predicted last year, but what are you most excited about sort of moving forward into 2021?
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, we just, I don't know if you saw it, but last week we announced a new partnership with Gray. We are working towards getting new work in market for the Olympics. So it's all hands on deck as far as that goes. But I'm excited about the new partnership we have with them and expanding the talent at MassMutual to include this new partner.
Amazing. And, I read, I think it was announced last week. Can you sort of elaborate a little bit in terms of the process of this as well, of how you went around? Because I know it was a very quick sort of brief to market. How did all of this work?
Yeah, so it was a great question, and I'd love to talk about this. So we went through a 4-week pitch process, which I believe is really all you need. And we had a great partner in helping us enable this process in Lindsay Slaby at Sunday Dinner. She's terrific, for those of you who don't know her. But essentially what we did was we just quickly assessed the landscape to get smart on who had who was available to work with us in the category. And the team was deeply engaged in the process. In other words, we made ourselves available to meet with the agency teams, to answer questions they had in advance of this. And we didn't give a creative assignment out. We gave a strategic assignment that was very clear, which was, where's the white space, in this category of sameness, where's the white space for MassMutual?
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you, Rachel, that what we have heard from all the agencies that were part of this process is they felt that it was handled so well. They were treated with dignity. We didn't throw out an RFP and ask for a 200-page response, including a full creative campaign, because how could you expect an agency who barely knows anything about your business to do that well?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
And we chose Gray. Look, they have modern capabilities. They have a flexible, sort of way of working with us. And what we were really drawn to was not only the brilliant insight that they had, but that, that data and insight sits at the heart of their creative engine. So
yeah, no, absolutely. Actually, this is quite a good segue into this next question. What trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and marketers now?
Mm-hmm. For me, it's all about, how long will the shifts that we saw during the pandemic last, right? Mm-hmm. I believe just culturally, we've all come through this point in time where we don't necessarily all want to go back to the way things were before, where we were, on airplanes and go, and not enough time with family. Yeah. So I truly believe that consumer engagement will change for the long haul. I think we are seeing declines in linear television watching. I just heard that the Oscars was an abysmal night for the Oscars. I mean, the ratings were off by 60%, I believe I heard.
I think you're right.
I wonder how the impacts of COVID are going to impact longer term, where people go to be entertained.
Yeah. No, exactly. And just, the conversation we had the other day as well, that, in terms of, again, obviously everybody has unique different circumstances, but, for me personally, it's that, I can have like 5 meetings in a day and I don't have to leave my house, which is kind of amazing. So I could never actually do that in the world that used to be. So in terms of productivity and getting things done, it's been fantastic. But then again, I look at my friends who have young children and they are absolute legends in my mind. I don't know how, I can just about barely look after myself.
It's been hard. And, I've got a great team at MassMutual, and many of them have young children. And so it's a challenge for them. But I believe that, with some of the additional time off that the company gave us, it went a long way in helping the team feel supported, and in feeling supported, they're able to be more productive.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen it. You're right. We have not seen a fall off in productivity. I just wonder, I wonder what'll happen, as companies are talking about their re-entry plans, if we will see as many commuters, will people be as mobile as they once were? How will that impact what we do, on mobile, in out of home, with other investments that we make from a media perspective? I don't know, but we'll be watching it really closely.
Yeah, well, I've been listening to more podcasts than I've ever been listening to in my life. So even when I commuted, I don't know how that's possible.
I missed the podcast. So I was a big podcast listener when I was commuting. It was news radio on the way in. And so I was informed, and then kind of entertainment on the way back.
Yeah. So how then, actually, for you personally, how do you consume your news right now?
Right now, I'm Apple News. I'm constantly looking at Apple News first thing in the morning. I rarely put the TV on to get my news. I also listen to, believe it or not, AM radio for sort of the local coverage. For me, that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I tell you what, I just love the Zoom virtual, well, the filters, quite frankly. Yeah. I don't know what people are going to think when they see me in person. The filters are amazing.
Awesome.
No, I mean, it sounds though that, you know, Mass Mutual, I mean, what an incredible company to be actually creating such unbelievable content that really supports the communities. And I love the sort of the niching into the local sort of environments where everyone actually needs to know what's going on just around them. So no, I mean, that's fantastic. So, you know, in terms of then just talking about sort of the bigger topics of conversation and maybe sort of full wheel, going back to the New York Times and talking about these sort of pillars of big sort of things that are happening in the world. How do you, I know that you said that it was established through just a conversation that you were having with the New York Times at that moment, but was this something that you were thinking about prior, or was it just something that was organic that kind of came to you? How do you actually identify which pillars you want to be aligned with?
So I would say, Rachel, it was very organic. Like we sort of, you know, one of the things that we do is we try to have great relationships across the board. So, you know, obviously we rely on Giant Spoon, our media partner, who I can't say enough great things about. They're awesome partners and a great team and a great complement to the team that we have at Mass Mutual. But we continuously stay in touch with publishers and with the networks and with others, because my belief is that, you know, in terms of like comms planning, no one at the agencies, it's hard to stay up to speed on all of the things that are happening in your business, right? And so oftentimes as we're sitting down and talking about, you know, what's on the docket editorially, we know so much more about what's happening at the company that we're able to sort of uncover opportunities to come together in ways that it's difficult for agencies to do it because they're not in the day-to-day at the business.
No, absolutely. So if you had sort of like a blank check to be able to do anything you wanted, is there anything that you would love to be doing more of, or is there sort of a focus that you think that you'll be delving into more in the coming years? Is there any sort of insight that you can give us if the world was your oyster?
Oh my gosh, Rachel. That's a tough
like really tough questions.
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, look, when we would just, you know, I actually would love to spend more time amplifying the work that our community responsibility team is doing, because, you know, we have a foundation that's self-funded by the company.
Yep.
We're doing a lot of, we are moving to this place from transactional giving to transformational philanthropy, which means that it means investing to improve improve macro things that are wrong. So one of our biggest programs that we launched just over a year ago is the Live Mutual Project, where one of the insights that we uncovered is that across America and many other places in the world, but you know, we're based in the US, there are what's coined these financial deserts, where people don't have access to community, you know, even space, places to get together. They don't have access to, you know, there's food insecurity. They don't have access to good jobs. And we have been going community by community to assist with bringing together the right nonprofits to address the issues in the community. So we're a convener of sorts, a convener and a funder. And I would love for us to be able to scale that program massively and talk about it from a leadership perspective to get more and more companies on board with us.
That's incredible. That really is amazing. Because I mean, again, it's Mass Mutual. You said, what date is it that it's going to be your 170th birthday? You know, that is a very long linear time in terms of the growth and the change and how you've evolved. So, you know, I think that I'm just fascinated to see as well where you're going to be going to as a brand, you know, in the next 4 years, because again, everything changes and moves so quickly. But I think that, you know, the projects that you guys do and the action that you actually take and versus just the messaging is really fantastic.
I love that, Rachel. One thing I'll say about that too, just to kind of round that idea out, when you think about what the core values of the company are, which is living mutual, and that interdependence is what makes people feel supported, lighter, relieved, and unburdened. the founding of our company, 10 businessmen put money in a hat. And that money was going towards protecting their families should something come of them, where they were no longer able to do so. And that's still the heart of what MassMutual is and what we do. And so when you think about the work that we're doing in the community, we're continuing on that mission that was set forth 170 years ago. It's just that it's taken on new dimensions.
That's amazing. That's incredible. Well, I'm very excited to see where we're going to be in the next 4 years. So, I mean, I think really we're pretty much nearly done here now, but we've definitely got to be looking out for the podcast. And remind me, that's in July that launches?
Yes. The podcast is launching in July, the first of the 5-part series. The other thing I'll mention with the New York Times is we also signed on to be the financial planning partner of Black History Continued with the New York Times, which is a celebration of Black excellence in America. And one of our big tent poles with the Times on May 25th is, which is the anniversary of the Tulsa Massacre, obviously a horrible mark in American history where the Black Wall Street was burned down in Tulsa. But we are, with the Times, we are going to be building a shoppable storefront for 100 Black-owned small businesses. And that storefront will launch on May 25th. So I encourage everyone here today to go and check that out. Buy, shop, learn about these businesses, support them as you can. And in doing so, support us.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And remind me, sorry, where do we go to go to the shop front?
NewYorkTimes.com. And hopefully Guy Griggs and his team get that up and running in time if he's on.
Oh, Guy Griggs will definitely get that up and running. There's no doubt about that.
Awesome.
Amazing, Kristen. It's been such a pleasure to talk to you. And honestly, I love that the mission that was started out 170 years ago continues to this day. So amazing work.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Pleasure to be here.
Oh, you too. Hi,
Thanks so much. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Kristen.
Hi.
That was amazing. I'm so excited to have an excuse to go shopping.
Yeah.
I love supporting those businesses. So I'll be sure to keep an eye out for that. That's so amazing, all the great content you're producing and partnering up with New York Times on that. Yeah, you're doing such great work. You must be able to sleep well at night.
Thank you. Big credit to the team here that's, I'm sure, on the call.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, hopefully we can bring you back after the whole entire launch of New York Times and hear the success of that. Yeah.
Love to come back. Thank you anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Bye. Bye, Kristen.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All righty. So we're on the last session of the day. We have Michael Temple. He's the Vice President of National Marketing Events at Century 21. And his session will be moderated by Jacob Chappell, Senior Vice President of Sales at Sochi. Welcome to the stage, Jacob and Michael. Oh, look at that backdrop. You're in the office, huh?
No, but I fool everyone who I get on calls with.
No, you
That
fooled
is
me
a
real
fabric
well.
wall. It moved. But the trick is, and this is actually a call during I feel like the witching hour where my kids just arrived from school. So I realized that right as we were about to start, I'm texting my wife, make sure no one comes up. But the door to this room is actually right here.
Uh-oh.
So what it does is it allows the kids to kind of come in quietly, sneak around the backdrop, and me to give them the eyes of get off, get off. Go away. So
that's amazing. It's multi-purpose. That's great. Well, I'll let Jacob take the mic. You two take it away, and I'll be back towards the end of the session.
Wonderful. Thanks, Pearl. Michael, how you doing?
Good, Jacob. How you doing?
Doing well. I like your setup as well. That's something that's really helpful. I'm the same way. I'm actually working out of the home office. I had to send the nanny. I said, please take them very far away, just because you may hear them in the background. But it's interesting just as we talk about this. Obviously, this is the world, right? With COVID and how we've accommodated, and we're going to talk a lot today about our consumer engagements and how you guys have adapted as a brand and some of the things as us marketers have to really think about. It would be helpful, Michael, maybe if you just could give a quick introduction about yourself and in your role at Century 21.
Yeah, totally. So for anyone getting to know me here on the call, the role I play at Century 21 is Vice President of National Advertising Events. So I handle our events world, which has definitely been interesting. We're finally having our first live event in June, Park City, Utah, here we come. It's been a while, but we're gonna execute strongly with my team, which is great. But then I also handle all of our kind of consumer-based advertising with the brand. So we're in an interesting space with real estate. Like our customer really is our franchisees. So our business owners, our brokerage owners, and the agents that are part of the Century 21 brand. And then they serve kind of the end consumer in their services. So, but my role is just to make sure we always have a relevancy for the brand that's continuing. We have a 50-year history, which is really strong with the brand. We've popped up on a lot of activations across the years in national advertising and trying to kind of show up in unexpected ways as opposed to kind of the traditional ways that real estate companies are often activating. So strong history of kind of consumer outreach and making sure brand awareness is at its highest with Century 21. It's part of my role.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll give a quick introduction with my background as well. So I'm the Senior Vice President of Soci. Our platform was built for the multi-location business that is managing, whether it's hundreds or thousands of locations. We really have built our technology for the businesses that are managing it from either corporate or trying to push the activation down to local, and really empowering both of those relationships and having that overall command center for everything that they need to do, from social media management, reputation management, running their ads, their local data management, how they're being found in search. And really that kind of mimics the consumer journey, which really kind of ties in a lot today. I have the pleasure of talking with a lot of brands, working with our customers. And this past 2020, it was a hell of a year. Lots of change. There was also a lot of acceleration in some of the projects that you may have had, down the road in planning. So maybe to kick us off and get things started, Michael, would love to learn a little bit about some of that change. And we'll kind of look at things in that kind of that pre-COVID era, and then now looking at what we're facing in the world that we live in today, with COVID, still around us. What were some of the things as a company and as you guys looked at that really shifted in your business? And I think, from our previous conversation as well, it would be valuable just because not everyone works in the real estate market or maybe are also in the market to buy a home. So it's a little bit chaotic, but maybe give a little bit more about the climate into the market when COVID came about. What was happening? What were people's thoughts? And again, how did you guys handle that?
Yeah, so it was very interesting when kind of COVID hit. We were actually, again, in my role as kind of our events space, we were doing our national conference. So we were with a large gathering of Century 21 brokers and agents in Los Angeles. And it was just when things were kind of hitting with COVID, and basically came back from that event, and a week later found myself at home here, and this has been home for me. Yeah. So definitely interesting. I think it was obviously unknown. Like real estate was a category that it was super unpredictable. We went into what was a pretty strong market. Inventory was actually pretty low at the time, even when we went into COVID. And then different states responded to COVID in a different way as far as how a real estate agent could interact with customers. So the shift for us went from kind of my more traditional national advertising, working with our media partners, working on our content, to really shifting into one, what can we do from a business standpoint in terms of strategically making decisions in terms of what our forecast will look like for the year. Mm-hmm. And then also, how can we best service, our customer, the franchisees and the agents, in terms of they're independent contractors, like they all are kind of individual business owners, and how can we service them to help them weather the storm? So I would say we kind of shift from very consumer focused media planning and strategy to one of kind of getting back to the basics of how can your business survive, and educating them on things like loans that they could apply for and ways that they could kind of stay active in their business. A lot of networking amongst agents on how to stay safe during COVID and still interact with customers. And so just a lot of pivots happening kind of all at once in the real estate space. And again, happening in different ways all around the country. There was no kind of set standard. It was really kind of networking and adjusting based on the realities of the state these agents were in.
Yeah, more than anything, and I've had the experience of buying a few different homes in the process for the new home buyer. It's pretty much, it's a little overwhelming at first. You don't really go to school and learn how to do it, right? You kind of just have to learn and make sure you're teamed up with a really good realtor that can represent you. And as far as the education phase, I think that's something that is super important, and more importantly, in such a big purchase that you're going to make in your lifetime, it's something that we've seen, especially in the real estate industry, a little bit of that shift in the focus. I would love to talk a little bit more about the ways that, your traditional customers and people that you guys are, again, not only are you supporting your franchisees to be successful, it's also bringing into a marketplace a buyer and seller, and, trying to, get everyone working together. Did you see a shift in how your customers or how your franchisees out there were connecting and adapting into the marketplace? Was there a shift in the communication or how they wanted to engage? Was there a specific network that you started to get more contacts in?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, I think one thing I didn't mention in your previous question was just in terms of, what were our kind of priorities? I would say another one was shifting kind of for virtual. So obviously a lot of open houses happen virtually. And so it was something that we had kind of dabbled in ways to satisfy that need or requirement for agents, but we had to put it on fast drive and then also market it to consumers to make sure that they knew it was an option. So it was a way to service the agents. But in terms of their adapting, I feel like with the agents, it forced them to kind of be in a position where one of the things that we really say to our agents is that you're there to service customers. Like you're almost in the hospitality business in terms of trying to help consumers through the highs and lows of real estate, right? You said you've been through a couple of real estate transactions. We try to label them experiences, where a lot of times the value of an agent comes in the ways that they just take away the headache. They're good at communication. We actually had a national advertising TV campaign where we were focused on this idea of feeling abandoned. A lot of times consumers complain about, my agent never reached out to me. I didn't feel like they were keeping me informed on things. And we feel with our agents, Century 21, who have a 98% recommendation rating with clients and things like that, we feel like we have the best of the best. So how can we kind of continue to encourage them in the activity way? And there could be a reluctancy, right, with agents to think, oh, it's COVID, people are very sensitive. Should I be proactively reaching out to customers? How should I be interacting and engaging with them? And in some ways, we didn't want to come across like ambulance chasers, where it's like you're just trying to like go after real estate, even though it's tough times for a lot of people. But I do think there is an opportunity, especially if an agent has an ongoing relationship with a client. It's a natural time to just show kind of that care and concern. People who maybe recently invested in a property, maybe people who were actively in the home search process, but really needed to make something happen quick based on changes that happened in their lives. So it was an opportunity to really kind of encourage agents not to be reluctant, to obviously approach conversations in the right way and not come across like, again, you're trying to take advantage of a situation. But I do really feel like the agents who service their customers correctly, it was a great opportunity for kind of them to show that level of kind of customer service that they could provide. Again, done in the appropriate way.
100%. I mean, I think for most people, it's one of the biggest decisions that you make, right? It's a big ticket item, and you typically are living in there for a good amount, whether you're there for your entire life, for the full 30 years of the loan, or maybe it's a starter home into another home. But more importantly, it's such a big decision. And to your point, just making sure that you're kind of in there every step along the way, and the comforting part, I think, is so important. Also, there was a lot of unknown for a lot of people, even just from the safety aspects. And so making sure that people understood that journey, maybe with some of those changes that you guys have implemented into the process and how you guys have kind of combated the whole COVID issue, do you feel that there's specific things that have happened that have been successful that you guys will look at like, hey, there's probably no turning back. Like, this is where we're going to go as a company directionally. Are there areas that you think maybe we go down in another lockdown and, we're going to have to see new ways to combat this? Are you guys starting to confront that? What is the look of the future for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, again, because we're such a globally represented brand, and even in the U.S., strong saturation across the U.S., it is varies. The hardest thing is kind of trying to service all kind of areas of the country and how they're kind of getting back to maybe a new normal. I think what we're seeing from our agents is the option of flexibility to kind of accommodate consumer needs and really encouraging that, right? You need to communicate in the platforms that your customers are comfortable. So there's going to be agents who find themselves, texting relentlessly, a millennial couple who's looking to buy a home versus, that baby boomer who still wants the phone call. So it's kind of that, I think COVID even made it so you need more options kind of from a flexibility with customers in that regard. And what we have definitely seen, and we are already pretty focused on the idea of kind of agents being comfortable in creating their own content, right? And trying to encourage them. And the biggest thing that you always kind of run into with anybody who you're trying to encourage to get on either social more and have more content out there is a lot of reluctancy with video. And I think, here we are on Zoom and we're all kind of used to seeing ourselves. I think video and the usage of video, we saw an increase with our agents to add to their comfort level because they kind of were forced to do it. So I think that's a net positive that I feel for our agents, just the comfortableness with creating content, videoing themselves, and making sure that they're educating consumers who maybe aren't in the process of buying or selling a home currently, but they're going to eventually be in that state and you want to service them and provide them education in the meantime. So that's a net positive for us. And then again, just flexibilities in service. You talk about if something like COVID hits again, I think we've learned a lot of the safety measures we need to have in place to make it so that customers can be comfortable. And just again, that comes with just the flexibility side of it. We want to keep that agents can flexibly work with whatever client needs they have. So.
Yeah. And as you mentioned that, just, we work also in the franchise space, and also, we have a pretty big division within our company in the real estate side. And so, we've been really close with how things are with COVID, it was so regionally driven, right? State by state was different. Some states would open, some states would close. Yeah. They had different levels. And I think that in itself, kind of just having a way to source and gather information from corporate and to be able to distribute back to the appropriate locations and regions and territories and franchise owners in a specific city or state. And that's something that we've really have seen that companies have done effectively. Have you guys utilized any technology that's been able to help you guys stay in communication? Are you also just from the overall, amount of communication that's happening, even from that consumer level, people asking lots of questions? Have you guys implemented new mediums from corporate, from like a centralized approach, or are you still looking to kind of leave it at the hands of the agents and the broker offices to handle that influx? Yeah, no. So again, what COVID allowed us to do is really kind of take a step back and say, what are some of the projects that, because of the chaos of travel and because of the chaos of everything we're working on a day-to-day level, like there's always those projects that are kind of lingering that you always want to have rolled out. And so I would say one of the kind of most recent announcements we've made as a company, and this gets back to that customer service and consumer engagement, is we rolled out a tool that's available on the App Store called the Century 21 Tracker. And that's a direct-to-consumer kind of application that you need to be working with a Century 21 agent to be able to kind of interact with it. But basically getting back to that, consumers who feel abandoned by, a real estate agent or feeling like that agent's not engaging with them as much as they'd like. Basically, the Tracker app is to help with the entire process. There's like 180 steps that people aren't aware of that could potentially take place within a real estate transaction. So it allows the agent to kind of update the consumer on a very kind of live interaction where they are in the process, the different steps that need to be taken. And even give, have you ever been on, well, we've all haven't been on airlines in a while or as frequently,
But
Yeah.
I remember like United Airlines, they had those little like happy, sad kind of, it was like yellow, red, and green,
Yeah.
depending on your mood when you were going through the terminal. The app has even that type of functionality, because with real estate, an agent's never going to be able to get rid of the fact that there's going to be highs and lows and emotional moments with a customer.
Sure.
It's just
Oh,
the
yeah.
reality of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so they act as, therapists at times, or, couple counselors, as our agents wearing a lot of hats. And so the app is able to kind of track that real-time emotional kind of level of where the customer's at, so that, especially in cases where maybe the customer isn't as satisfied of where things are at and how things are progressing, they can reach out to them and make sure it's not just a technology interaction, and really pick up the phone and kind of have that heart-to-heart with them. So
Yeah.
for us, that's how we're kind of focused. And COVID did really allow us that time to take a step back. It was a project that's always been on our back burner, and we just never had the time and resources to really give as much attention as we wanted on it. And we were able to fast track that project and have launched this year with it. So that's definitely a future for the company as well.
Yeah, and it's amazing, I think from our previous conversation as well, and learning more about the tracker, it kind of rounds out from what you said initially, that it's not a transaction, it's more of that experience. And they're able to have a really steady pulse of how they're feeling, and what's next to expect. Because again, as a first-time home buyer, there's just so many unknowns, and there's also things that you may go through the repairs and requests, and go through that inspection, and learn all of these additional things that you didn't expect for. You have to combat that, and that in itself is the highs and lows, or going through the multiple offer bids and going back and forth. So I think to that point, just creating that sense of that we're in it together, shoulder to shoulder, and they understand they have someone alongside with them. That's really helpful. And frankly, as a consumer, that's probably one of the most important things. And ultimately that drives a really good experience. And then that turns into more feedback, reviews, and really just continues to foster the brand that Century 21 is, which is phenomenal.
And it's interesting, the kind of, if you watch the headlines kind of news, you'd think that kind of real estate agents, there's always a sphere of like, will real estate agents get replaced, just like the travel agents of the past? And I think the reality is, sometimes I wish I could use a travel agent, and there are ones that are popping up more and more, because like, look at all the kind of headaches of the options of where to search for travel. With real estate, actually, again, the headlines are people might move away from real estate agents, where the reality is millennials are using real estate agents at a higher rate than even the baby boomers before them. So it's, exciting time for real estate agents who are exceeding customers' expectations and actually really accommodating kind of the hospitality aspect of the overall service needs of a customer. And those are the agents that are excelling today and will be in the business for the long run.
So maybe a question for the marketers out there. I spent a lot of time thinking about the different dynamics, and obviously not everyone's in the real estate market or related in the real estate market, but what do you think is next for the marketers right now? We're kind of in this stage of COVID's going to be around for a little while. What are the other areas that marketers should be focusing on in the future when it comes to consumer engagement? Are there any specific, maybe whether it's social channels, different networks, different communication apps that you feel that, we should be putting that in our horizon and just kind of forecasting to figure out a play for that? Are there some things that you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could, right? The beauty of marketing is it's going to be different for every marketer on here, of like how they will get to what is success for them, depending on, what they're looking to accomplish. So that's the beauty of marketing, right? We're kind of all guessing, and then we're all kind of making educated decisions.
Sure.
So I find for us, at least as a brand, where we're really focused is one on that kind of real storytelling to make a brand that is a service brand a little bit more emotionally connected to consumers. One thing we're rolling out later this year is a whole documentary with actually Nat Geo, our media partner on this project, where we're going to be telling the decade of home, and what did real estate, what did consumers kind of go through with COVID, but what does that more importantly mean for the next 10 years? Like, what are the realities of working from home that will stay with us, the decisions that we're making in terms of the homes that we buy based on kind of these new realities. So kind of, I think getting to the real heart of storytelling is important for any marketer. And so that's the way we're going to bring that to life. we've been really focused. I mean, as a brand, we've always tried to get into unexpected places. So naturally people think like, oh, Century 21, HGTV. We've had strong partnerships with ESPN and the Disney company for the last couple of years, because we try to tie this idea of agents who go above and beyond the same way an athlete kind of performs on the field. Our agents will perform for you. So trying to show up in unexpected ways, I think, is a good one. And then always trying in new mediums. We've had some success at Century 21. Podcasts have been brought up a couple of times on this interview. I think MassMutual was just talking about that. So with us, podcasting has been an interesting space. I think what it is how can you make sure you're telling a unique story? Again, back to that storytelling reality. Our podcast, if I can give a plug for it, is called The Relentless. We just actually launched season 2. And it's really, I mean, it's a lot of time, what it's highlighting is this idea of kind of relentless customer service, right? And obviously for us as a brand, that's important for us to tell that story. But the interviews themselves are kind of interesting for if you're a real estate agent, someone who's looking to buy real estate, or just anybody who's just kind of interested in people kind of really challenging themselves to go above and beyond for clients. We kind of all have that entrepreneurial spirit or side hustle in us. And so it's kind of appeals to a lot of audiences.
That's phenomenal. Yeah. I mean, as marketers, we're always trying to figure out a way to humanize our product and be able to have that personal connection. So, especially in what you guys have been working on, telling that story and people just having that comfort level that, other people are also going through that. And this is the process and this is okay. I've had some friends that recently, with COVID, they're like, you know what, we're just going to bunker down and, we're going to go through the buying process, and you see them and they're like pulling their hairs out and there's all these highs and lows. So, having that, homeostasis and the ability to kind of find common ground with others, that's always very helpful and impactful. And I know we don't have much time left for today, but I had another question here. As far as where a brand sits today, and they're looking at different ways to interact with customers, what are some of the KPIs that are really valuable to be thinking about? Are there specifics that you guys have used internally? And, is it how fast you're responding into the consumers? Is it, the amount of user generated content that's being produced? This is really a hot topic for a lot of businesses as they're trying to kind of understand, like, how can I be more connected and make sure that, because the traditional mediums may not be face-to-face or in the stores anymore, it may all be virtual. So how do I really stay connected and make sure that, we're doing a good job?
Yeah, I mean, again, everyone's going to have different kind of responses to this depending on kind of their business and background. For us, the biggest indicator of a successful agent is going to be customer service. And that's where we really focus on. Century 21 has a very robust testimonial survey platform where we survey all of our customers. That's the reason I'm able to say 98% recommendation rate. And that's off of thousands and thousands of surveys with customer. And that's obviously very unique to our business. In a real estate world, the kind of companies getting a lot of attention today are obviously like the Zillows and Realtor.coms and all of that. The lead generation business is a very interesting world for real estate. It hasn't necessarily proved out for a lot of agents to be, a successful opportunity. Some really leverage it and are good at generating kind of business from lead activity. But the reality is most business today for real estate agents, in terms of how they're going to get repeat and referral business, comes from customer service. And that's about 70% of most agents' business is through that. So as much as the digital kind of pipelines can be very attractive, that's where we're big into, again, the storytelling. How can you make sure you're highlighting the ways you service customers? How can you educate new customers? That's going to be kind of the leading indicator for us in our business.
Yeah, and I think my wife, she's actually a pediatric dentist, and I remember attending one of these marketing events in particular for dentists, and they talked a lot about like this power of referral and this like 10x power of a raving fan. And it's always really stuck with me, just thinking that if you can get one person to really be an advocate of your product or your service, they're going to go out and bring 10 other people. And I think a lot of the business, especially in real estate, it's the power of referrals.
Yeah.
So, you're constantly surveying and sharing that feedback. Are there things that you're also working with at the agent level, when it comes to content creation, of ways for them to invest with that consumer, or how they have a platform to share that? Or is there a focus really to push that into social channels? You mentioned a little bit about the video creation, but is there anything in particular, or have you seen any successful agents that have really, maybe changed their businesses by implementing some of these things?
Yeah. So, well, one, just to get back on your comment before and highlight just the idea of even data behind the reasons. We actually, because we have such a strong, robust platform for all of our history of surveys and testimonials from agents, we can actually prove to our agents through data that if you're getting more testimonials and reviews back from customers, it will equal more business, because naturally we're seeing agents who, it's not even that they are serious about customer service, but they're also serious about the idea of soliciting kind of those testimonials and getting those surveys back. They're the agents who then will do better in their business. So it's not just a kind of conceptual, it's we have the data to kind of prove it out. In terms of agents, I think, again, getting back to the fact that storytelling is important on social, how can we educate that? To be honest, we have a lot of creative agents doing a lot of fun stuff. So there's an agent that comes to mind that, you name the challenge and they have marketed a listing with that challenge, right? With cranberry juice and skateboard. We had one of our agents, basically doing that past the house that they were trying to market. So it's kind of sharing those fun activations and kind of making sure you're being creative in the space. You don't just want to come across as, educational to the point of no fun, right? You want to engage with consumers in a creative way. But for us, we also believe that Facebook is kind of an untapped resource for agents, even for lead generation. And I was kind of talking about the fact that those type of pipelines can be challenging for agents in terms of that versus just referral business. But the reality is there is business to have there. So for us, it's a matter of educating agents on the natural things like promoting posts and understanding that maybe stuff isn't being seen because you don't have an advertising budget behind it, and educating them on that. But then we actually have direct digital solutions for them to take advantage of, where they can basically have a really good kind of cost per lead metrics on leads that we can generate and support generating for them. That's better than some of the other competitors' tools out there that they can take advantage of. So it's just ways that we're constantly, whether it's just the storytelling or the actual function of actually generating business, we're kind of educating agents on both fronts.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, going back and looking at some of the data as well, we love data here at Soci, and what we've seen is like, especially around the video content, right? Like the amount of people that are just consuming videos and the reels, and all of the new things that are happening through Instagram and Facebook. It's such a competitive space right now for the social media networks. They're all kind of doing similar things. But one thing, to your point, there's an authenticity when a person just basically raw, not production style content. Sometimes that actually generates really good, engagement, and people tend to actually want to listen because it's raw and it's not scripted. And so we've seen that more and more in the marketplace, not just again in real estate, but across the spectrum. Are there, maybe as we look here to the future, I know we kind of gave you an opportunity to share like kind of what's next, but are there any areas that you feel that we should be thinking ahead of, potential, exposures to our businesses, because things are going virtual? This is where the influx is happening. Are there new systems that we should be looking at, technology that we should be looking at to kind of help manage the that whole virtual even sight unseen purchases that's happening, right? Or kind of the BOPIS, the buy online, pick up in order. I think that this is really shifting the way that we're marketing and connecting with consumers. But what are your thoughts about kind of what's next there?
Yeah. So one of the things I keep saying is any clothing store, department store, or any company that wasn't offering food before the pandemic should make sure that they offer food. because I found it interesting, the kind of, you couldn't go to a Kohl's in our area, but you could go to a Target, and it was simply because Target offered food, right? So those kind of interesting kind of learnings of the future will be interesting. In real estate, I think for us, again, it's just being flexible with the customer. Again, is going to be key regardless. I mean, the sight unseen thing definitely happened during COVID, but the reality is that was happening before COVID. There are so many cases of, we actually have an awards program where we highlight agents who go above and beyond for their clients, right? So we really want to call those stories out because we're about storytelling. So the reality, even before COVID, there were so many stories that had to do with, you have a lot of people who have deaths in the family where their house needs to be sold, but you live out of state. You have people who are dealing with moving and job situations where maybe they just don't have the flexibility. So some of it is the, you know, what was existing or just happened a lot more in COVID times. And I think the key is just flexibility. You know, we're going to all be hard pressed to say what the next kind of situation we'll all find ourselves in terms of lockdowns and all the rest. So just making sure that you're ready and you can be flexible, and again, provide the needs that the consumer has to be able to connect with you. That's going to be the key.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are extremely valuable things and takeaways for us marketers. You know, especially in real estate, you know, when you see on the news where, you know, one home, I think it was in DC, had 86 offers.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a crazy time. People kind of just said, you know what, if I'm going to not be leaving, I'm going to live in a bigger house and I want these other amenities in the house. And so it's just been a crazy time, but also going back to inventory. And so, you know, to your point, being flexible and listening in and being part of the conversation. There's a lot of A and B conversations that we see with brands, and figuring out ways to kind of be in those C conversations and lateral conversations, something that we're seeing across, you know, across the different industries. Very, very helpful. With that, Michael, I wanted to make sure, I think there were some questions that have come through, and I want to make sure we can maybe go through some of these questions. I don't know if our moderator, Pearl, would go through these, or I can just kind of go through them. Let me see here.
I'm game for whatever you want to do, Jacob.
Okay, wonderful. I'm looking at it right now. So the first question that came through, and I'll you know, we can kind of spitball this, but the first one says, what behaviors, trends, or consumer expectations do you expect to stick when we emerge from this particular time? You know, I'm assuming per COVID.
Yeah, I feel like I'm becoming a broken wheel about the flexibility, right?
Yeah.
So again, I think it's just going to be a matter of being willing to work with customers the way that they want to work with you. We can all kind of be like, oh, do we really need to, you know, I'm sure our agents find them situations where they have a customer with mask wearing, and there can be differences of opinions and dealing with that. So I think it's really just being flexible to the customer needs. And I think that will be with us no matter what the situation is. It just was very unique to exactly how that got implemented during COVID, but that's never going to change.
Yeah, I'm envisioning, there was this Nike ad years ago. It's like a Nike running ad where there was, you know, with all the different technologies and the things that you wear, someone's like running and they have like a computer and they're holding all these like different systems and tools. You know, I think about that into what's needed now, like just because they can contact you in so many different mediums, to your point, being flexible, listening, and figuring out a way to consolidate those conversations into a central place is, you know, always extremely helpful, just because you don't want to miss out on one, whereas, you know, that's someone else's preference.
I think, but on the consumer side, what is going to be the continuing also, what I do think is going to continue, and is that the reason people are making decisions to buy a home is going to, you know, there are so many people now probably making decisions where we used to all make decisions based upon our jobs and maybe how much we needed to be in the office and all the rest. And I know our company has gone fully work from home, regardless of vaccines or anything. We're fully work from home. So it's given a lot of my team the flexibility to make housing decisions that they would have never made before in terms of where they live because of that. And I think a lot of people are starting to value that home and personal need more than they're ever going and ever have in the past because of the flexibility that this time has given us. So I don't see that. I see consumers continuing to do that, at least in the real estate spaces. The conversations with the real estate agent will have to be about their personal wants and needs, and less about the job that they're, applying for, or they're working for.
Okay, this is more kind of a higher level question. The question states, so how has the customer journey evolved in recent years, right? And how have these changes in the customer journey impacted the approach and your approach to digital media, right?
Yeah, so it's tough in the real estate space because we're not necessarily a company where it's like, oh, I saw an ad for X product, let me go and buy a house today, right? We're constantly trying to educate the consumer. So for us, reaching and shifting, Century 21 actually made a name for itself back when we launched 50 years ago. The company made a name for itself that it was about national advertising. And while we still continue to do that today, our approach for digital, just in terms of at least being able to tell the signs of consumer who's more inclined to be, coming up on where they'd be in the process of buying or selling their home. For us, it influences. I don't think we're at the space where we're ever gonna, especially with our kind of storytelling content, be able to say, again, I watched a video, so now I want to buy a home.
Sure.
That's not the nature of the advertising we're in. For us, it's, again, how can I make sure that the consumer is educated that, oh, when I want to go buy a home, Century 21 comes to their mind as, because we value customer service so much.
Yeah.
And that's where digitally we can really drive that message home in a much more efficient way, and obviously from a dollar standpoint as well.
Yeah, and there's a latent consequence, right? Where also with that same effort in doing so, you're also kind of building your next generation of agents and brokers that want to be part of your guys' journey, right? Because you're also part of the education, and they're also being educated. And one day, like, hey, I want to work for Century 21, or I want to, own a franchise of Century 21. So you guys also have that ability as you guys continue to grow. So there's a final question here. It's really just, what's the biggest surprise or biggest learning, maybe that you had in the last year? I know there's a lot of surprises. So maybe there's some learnings that you would want to share.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of surprises. I mean, we talked about going into COVID and the changes that we made as a company, adapting to the unknowns. But real estate, I mean, we've been very lucky, unfortunately. Yeah. So I think the kind of learning that I have is all of us, depending on what stage of your career you're in, I mean, we just got a intense course in so many things that have changed in the last year. So I think just being used to the intensity of change and being able to adapt to that is a key learning for all of us, and definitely for me. I mean, the highs and lows of, whether it was furloughed and relationships and employees, and dealing with cut budgets or modified budgets being reinstated, all of that, like kind of constantly adapting. I think we all got a huge crash course in that. And I think that's something that, as challenging as it was, and I definitely, again, would have a heart for anyone who has not rebounded the way real estate has.
Yeah.
But for all of us, I think it's a great education in a lot of ways of just being flexible and adaptable to any situation.
100%. Yeah. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Michael, for your time as well.
Yeah. Great being with you.
Yeah,
hey, Pearl.
So crazy to see what's happening in your industry. What's that event that's happening in
Park City, Utah. So we actually have an event in Park City, Utah, which is for a lot of our top companies, and it's a little bit of a kind of a pleasure business experience. We have an event in Hawaii later in the year in November. Fingers crossed that will happen. And that's our opportunity as a brand to really provide. I've been talking about customer experience. That's our opportunity at our live events to really provide great customer experiences to our own agents. So we have a passion for it. We love being together and in person. And so we're excited to get back there for sure.
Us too. We're really hoping to bring Brandon Noors back to real life again. So maybe we'll all be reunited in Park City or LA or Hawaii. Who knows?
Hawaii.
We'll take it. I'll let Mark Sternberg know. Well, thanks so much for joining us today, Michael and Jake. We hope to bring you both back soon. So thanks so much for everyone for joining us. This was a great way to close out Consumer Engagement Day. And we're excited for all of you to return on upcoming days on this topic again. So tomorrow, we have at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, day one of our 3-day media buying summit. We will be joined by marketing leaders from Cadillac, Unilever, Walmart, L'Oreal, Hilton, Facebook, Warner Media, PepsiCo, MasterCard, and many more. Thank you